The court, being duly advised, finds the defendant is in imminent danger of serious bodily injury or death.
Hello. Welcome to R&M. I'm not muted. It's so good to see everybody. Almost on time. So I'm in a mood, y'all. I'm in a mood tonight. So I figured, what better thing to do when you're in a mood than have no plan? We got an echo. Let's see. How bad is the echo? How about now? Better? Worse? You don't hear an echo. Perfect. Okay, everybody. Apparently there's like a full moon. Was it yesterday or today? A couple people in the chat are saying there's a full moon. Hey, KO. Okay, let me say hi to everybody. Unbelievable. I hope you're okay, Untamable. I hope you're okay. I'm glad you're here tonight. We've got Heather, Judge Jessica, Ems. I saw Ems tweeted today and I almost... You sound like me now. Jojo. Fiend, I would never replace you, recast you. Get out of here. Hi, Kira. Hansy. Christy. Jamie. I know some people hate when, like, I go through, but I want to say hi to everybody, so I can deal with it. Hi, Dean. Rebecca. Marilyn Monroe. Marilyn Monroe. Love that. Kayla. Zero cool. Nobody nothing. Tammy. Tammy is like my biggest cheerleader for punctuality. Full moon weird. There's my girl, all eyes. Okay. Is it an eclipse, Fiend? Yesterday. Okay. Hi, Luke. Yeah, where's woman? I tweeted. I sent out the moth bat signal. Oh my gosh. Hey, Tommy. Tommy's a new friend. Glad you're here. Where is woman? We should send out, should we do a welfare check? And Miku's headphones, who had me laughing so hard yesterday, I almost passed out. Okay. As I was saying, I'm in a mood. No reason in particular, although I am told that there's a full moon, so maybe that has something to do with it. But I was going through my friend All Eyes on Delphi. Hi, Cleveland Rocks. Her amazing resource that I'm going to share really quick so that everybody can see it if they've never seen it before. And then DB is going to put it in the chat. Oh my God. Sticky key. How much more abuse can this keyboard take before it stops doing that? Does anyone have a quick fix? Anyway, whatever. Who gives a fuck? So back to what I was saying. Here's All Eyes' amazing chronological case summary. WD-40. But Fiend, I took the key off. There's no key. It's just... Anyway. So everyone can see this, right? This is All Eyes on Delphi. Amazing CCS with clickable links. Everything is in order. We're going to link it. I mean, it's pretty remarkable. So we've got this, and actually, I'm pretty sure I can just, right? I can just copy the, does that work? I don't know if that works. I don't know if I did that right. Anyway, so I was going through this, and then I was also going through our DOC timeline, which is a lot of the same, except more specific to like the due process violations that have been occurring since October 2022. We are going and changing it very like adding to it as we get more information. I'm going to link it because I know how to do that now. If anyone ever wants to look at it. But specifically, what I wanted to do is go through. It feels like it's been a really long time since Rick was arrested, and it feels like it's been a really long time since we went through like certain filings in particular. And I'm someone who gets very bored easily going through filings, like reading through them. I like to read them on my own. However, oh my gosh. True Grit was in a bad wreck today. Her car is totaled. She is beat up, but doing okay. Please send her hugs when you can. We are going to send True Grit all of the hugs. My God. Nothing. I mean, I'm surprised. That's a tough lady. She's a tough lady, and I love her to death, and I'm so glad she's okay. So everybody send True Grit lots of love and hugs. So much like the DOC doc, All Eyes here in the chat is commenting about how it's a work in progress. These are like living docs. So adding to them all the time. If there's a document that you can't find or something is out of order, let us know. Actually, I'm not going to invite, if you want. All Eyes, you can invite people to let you know. Let me know. Don't bombard All Eyes. I don't have her consent, but definitely let us know if there's something we're missing. Having said that, I have a few, I made a folder for this evening's live. So there's that. All right, so we're going to start with, actually, fuck. I thought okay. So something that I've been thinking about. We don't know a whole lot about what occurred between the time that Rick was arrested in October 2022 until the defense filed their emergency SOS what the fuck motion to transfer safekeeping in April 2023. That was the motion where they included the two pictures of Rick, one from before his arrest and one from right before they filed that motion. Hi, Tommy. Yeah, this case is a hot fucking mess. It's really scary. Don't tell us where you live, but if you do live in Indiana, God bless you. If you don't, still, don't talk to police ever. The worst thing you can do, apparently, is talk to police and be helpful. All Eyes, maybe later you can come on if you want. If you're around, I'll send you a link. No pressure. So we don't know a whole lot about what occurred between October 2022, safekeeping, DOC, until April 2023. However, we've been able to kind of fill in some gaps through defense filings, transcripts from hearings, etc. So I was reading the Tort notice that Brad Rosie filed in April 2023, and we went over that the other night, I think in the poisonous Fruit Loops. I don't know if I titled it Fruit or Fruit Loops. Poisonous Fruit Live. If you haven't watched it, you should go watch it on 2x speed because there's a lot in there, but the tort notice that Brad Rosie filed in April of 2023 got me thinking. So, love that. All Eyes says, if she can get the wildest child settled, maybe she'll join us later. Oh my gosh, thank God. Woman Doing Impossible Things is here. We were very concerned about you because you weren't here, and now you're here. So, love your channel, and All Eyes on Delphi is brilliant. She really is. Can we talk about DNA and genetic genealogy? We sure can, Cynthia. We sure can. Okay, I'm going to stop looking at the chat just for a second. Otherwise, I'm going to be... I did not ban... Did I... No, I didn't. There's no fucking way. Speaking of being framed. So, all of this to say, I started thinking about... I did not ban you. Would never do such a thing. I started thinking about what was probably going through the minds of Brad and Andy, the two defense attorneys, from the time they were appointed until April. Who knows? There were not a lot of filings in the first probably 2 months that they were on the case because they didn't have any discovery. Zero discovery. Once they started getting discovery, things started happening really quickly. But to kickstart the discovery process, I want to bring us back to something that was filed in December 2022. And I think DB and I were talking about this a month or two ago because I had honestly just forgotten about it. So this was filed. It'd be great if you could share your screen, Angela. Board. Okay. This was filed at an interesting time. It was filed December 30th, 2022. So this is a supplemental motion for discovery and a request for Rule 404 and 405 evidence filed by the defense attorneys for Richard Allen, day before New Year's, 11:57 a.m., Carroll Circuit Court. This is about 5 weeks after they had been appointed. The defense actually went and visited Rick, I believe around Christmas time. They went to visit him in person at Westville. Very soon after, okay, you guys are funny. Very soon after that, Mr. Rosie filed this motion. Really quick, I want to go through it because I think there's some clues in here as to what they might have been seeing, what might have been going on, some of the concerns that perhaps they were trying to telegraph way back then. Criminal Network says hello. Who? Nobody has banned Criminal Network. There ain't no freaking way. Something's going on here. Do we have a rogue mod? I did not. I don't even know how to ban anyone on StreamYard. We must have would never ban Criminal Network or Woman. I'm not banning anyone, I promise. Can we sort this? How do I do? I'm gonna do it YouTube. I'm not going to be able to concentrate until I figure this out. Y'all bear with me, because that's unacceptable. I don't know if I can do it on here. I don't think mods can ban. It has to be something that I did. People and sharing. Blocked. Definitely don't see Criminal Network on my blocked users list. Shadow ban. Oh, okay. Well, that doesn't sound like anything I can help with. All right, I'm sorry. We just can't have that. Mods can't ban. Can you read it out, please, Angela? Yes, I can. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Luke. Back on track. Okay. Supplemental motion for discovery and 404 evidence. Let's do it. Defendant by counsel moves the state of Indiana to produce, pay up the following in regard to the above caption, cause of action to wit. Oh, the block list. No, never. 1. The names and last known addresses of persons whom the state of Indiana intends to call as witnesses, together with their written statements, recorded or taped statements, videotaped statements, memoranda containing substantially verbatim reports of their oral statements, and memoranda reporting or summarizing their oral statements, including but not limited to any person referred to as a confidential informant who offered up information that may lead to the discovery of relevant information in this case, in this cause, whatever. I'm told this is like a boilerplate motion for discovery in 404. I don't know if I believe it. Maybe it is, but I still think that this is relevant. The names and last known addresses of persons known by the state of Indiana to have knowledge pertinent to the cause of action, but who the state does not intend to call as witnesses. Any and all written or recorded statements and the substance of any oral statement made by the accused or by any other person alleging statements made by the defendant, regardless of whether the state of Indiana intends to call such persons as a witness or indicates the person is a confidential informant, and a list of witnesses to the making and acknowledgement of such statements. Any and all reports of statements of experts or other individuals who conducted any test, experiment, examination, comparison made in connection with this case, including results of physical or mental examinations and of scientific tests, experiments, or comparisons. A statement as to whether the defendant or any other person who participated in the alleged crime was acting directly or indirectly at the investigation or on behalf of the state of Indiana or one of its agents, and if so, names and addresses of said individuals. Statement as to any consideration and benefits incurred or offered the state of Indiana has given or intends to give any witness in exchange for his or her testimony, including, but not limited to, money paid, a change of prison accommodations and or workstation, or any state action that could reasonably affect the witness bias, and disclosure of any and all state action its agents' actions taken during the time the witness was cooperating. So, Judge Gold granted this very soon after it was filed in December 2022. Mind you, a lot has happened since then, but she did grant this, which means the state of Indiana must provide a statement as to any consideration and benefits incurred or offered to any witnesses in exchange for testimony. No one's banned anybody. I just went through my ban list. No one is banned. I don't know what y'all are doing on YouTube. Being rogue, getting shadow. I don't even know what shadow banned is. It always includes confidential informants. I don't know, Judge Jessica. I'm not sure. Someone was like, oh, that's boilerplate. That's pretty typical. Maybe it is. This is the first time I've seen something like this, you know, detailed in terms of discovery request. So maybe it is, but it's still relevant because we know that the state's primary evidence is in the form of witness statements. The names and addresses of persons not intended to be called, but who have been questioned or interviewed by the state of Indiana or its agents. Grand jury testimony of a witness. Ah! Rogue key. Fucker. A summary of any statement or conversation made by or engaged in by the defendant. I'm going to read this again. Number 9, a summary of any statement or conversation made by, oh my God, what do I do? This is so annoying. Made by or engaged in by the defendant and overheard by any persons known to the state of Indiana, and a list of any witnesses who overheard such statements or conversations, together with any and all reports, documents, correspondence, and videotapes made or received, together with a statement in writing as to whether there's been any electronic surveillance or recordings of conversations to which the defendant was a party. A statement as to whether any telephone calls were made by the defendant following his arrest and whether the calls were taped or overheard by any persons known to the state of Indiana. If the call was taped, produce the tape recording, or if the conversation was overheard, produce the memorandum of the conversation overheard together with the names and addresses of all persons overhearing such conversations. All phone records, books, papers, records, tapes, documents, photos, videotapes, and other tangible objects and evidence which the state may use in the prosecution of this matter, or which were obtained from or belong to the defendant or any witness, whether substantive or demonstrative evidence. Which is interesting because we know that Dr. Walla has shredded all of her original notes. So that's a problem. A record of arrests, criminal convictions, and juvenile records, which may be used of any witness. A record of arrests, criminal convictions, juvenile records, which may be used of any witness on the defense list. True copies of all written case reports and all other written reports, notes, memorandum, maps, drawings, diagrams, written, drawn, or otherwise prepared by the County Sheriff's Department, City Police Department, ISP, FBI, Medical Examiner's Office, and any other law enforcement agency or private individual in connection with or pertaining to the investigation of the crime. So that tends to suggest, as far as I can tell, that it doesn't really matter if the state deems it like, let's say, I don't know, a diagram or a map of cell phones that were in and around the crime scene at the time of the crime, the alleged crime. The state would need to turn that over, whether or not, it doesn't matter if a suspect is cleared or not. All written case reports and other written reports, notes, memos, maps, all of your shit. So it's just baffling to me why the state has gotten away with so much, like, hide the discovery. But I digress. We've talked about that a lot. A list of dates and times the defendant appeared in any lineups. Don't think that's happened. Would be interesting, though. A statement as to whether or not the defendant, any vehicle in which he had interest or his residence were searched following his arrest, with or without a search warrant. Item seized. So this kind of leads me to wonder if on December 30th, 2022, did the state not have the search warrant and search warrant return? Yeah, I agree with All Eyes here. She says that is not boilerplate. That's decades of experience. Nick said in whatever hearing, Indiana has an open file discovery, so they're going to hand everything over. Yeah. The check is in the mail, right? We'll be getting that soon. Okay. A statement in writing by the prosecuting attorney that he has or has no information touching upon any matter of law or fact favorable to and or exculpatory of the defendant, or a written memo of such favorable or exculpatory information. This is Brady shit. Nick is a liar. Infrared Penny. Infrared, that's not discovery. My concern is they've buried something they'll rely on in a dark corner of the 200 terabytes. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me, Luke. Okay. Any report by any cellular carrier whose records were obtained to determine the location of where calls originated or were received by the identification of cell tower sites. Copies of any and all documents audio video records pertaining to any of the ongoing litigation. Whether threatened or filed in a court of law involving the Carroll County Sheriff's Department, Toe Blesenby, Tony Leggett, Michael Thomas, or any other law enforcement or civilian employee who was named as a potential witness or participant in said litigation, including but not limited to any negotiated settlement agreements resulting from said litigation. Copies of any and all personnel files of Toe Blesenby, Tony Leggett, and Michael Thomas related to their employment with the Carroll County Sheriff's Department. Copies of any and all documents and audio-video records pertaining to completed or ongoing litigation involving Carroll County Sheriff's Department and the processing of any evidence in any criminal investigation dating back to February 13, 2017. This is long. I'm almost done. A complete list of any individuals who assisted in any way with the investigation associated with the crimes alleged in this case, including the name, address, and contact info of all individuals. Documentation, photos, videos, and or audio recordings associated with any viewings facilitated by law enforcement authorities at or near the Monon High Trail Freedom Bridge involving persons of interest, suspects, witnesses associated with the criminal charges lodged against Richard Allen in this matter. I need to turn this fan off because I'm freezing. I don't know how to do it. That's easy. Okay. I lost my place. Pursuant to Rule 404 of the Indiana Rules of Evidence, you're requested to state the general nature of any evidence or of other crimes, wrongs, or acts of the defendant or any anticipated defense witness which the state intends to offer for any purpose. You're also requested to supply the names and last known addresses of all witnesses that may be called to testify. You're requested to state the general nature of any evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts of any witness which the state may call to testify. So, like, all of their witnesses are all felons because they're all in Westville Correctional Facility serving time. So, a copy of any information collected by or in possession of the prosecutor or his or her office pertaining to or informing him or her regarding any prospective jurors that might be called to serve. The disclosure and production shall be made without regard or whether the evidence to be disclosed and produced is deemed admissible at the trial. AKA, we don't give a shit if the judge says it's not admissible. We still want that discovery. All responses should be reasonably supplemented, corrected, or amended when additional and or different information material becomes available. Do we think that the state complied with that? Honestly. What's interesting about this is that we know that Brad, Rosie, and maybe Max Baker, I don't remember. I think Max Baker, the law intern, went to Westville in December and visited Rick around Christmas time and then filed this motion right after. I don't know what they saw or what they experienced during that visit. But we know that oops. Bear with me. But we know that in December of 2022, I guess it's not in here. It's in Walla's notes. Rick tells Dr. Walla oh, here it is. Sorry. God. In December 2022. God damn it. Okay. Well, anyway. I'm going to have just like plus signs all over our shit. Hey, Christine. Oh my God. What do I do? Got it. All right. I probably fucked this whole thing up now, didn't I? December 2022. Rick Allen told Dr. Walla he was being treated badly in Westville. I don't know what being treated badly means in maximum security, restricted housing, in a state facility when you shouldn't be there in the first place. I imagine it's like really bad. But in December, he confides in Dr. Walla and says, I'm being treated badly here. Interesting. I wonder what he told his defense attorneys. Maybe they also knew he was being treated badly. We also know at this time he was being, he was put on suicide watch when he shouldn't have been because he did not meet the criteria for suicide watch at the time. All suicide watch. So the state of Indiana and DOC and Dr. Walla, she gets no pass from me. She is the villain of the story, in my opinion. They weaponize policies that are intended to keep vulnerable people, defendants, inmates, patients safe. They weaponize them and use them for surveillance. It's bad. That's a bad thing to do. Next thing I want to show you. Okay, so December, they filed the discovery notice. They're like, give us all your shit. We want to know everybody that's talking to Rick. We want to know everything that we want all your recordings. We want all your video and audio and phone records, everything that you have. I can't help but wonder if they sensed some shit fuckery was going on all the way back in December. Obviously, because they knew he shouldn't have been there. But very soon after they filed, very soon after they filed this December 30th, 2022 discovery notice, Brad Rosie begins what he refers to in his own words as like a war with the Carroll County Sheriff's Department and prosecutor to get Rick out of DOC. And Judge Gold has given him a lot of shit unfairly for you just are inconvenienced. You don't want to drive all the way to Westville, even though you knew he was in Westville when you were appointed this case. Yeah. Kayla says, Wallace stood by and allowed Rick to be abused. Period. I'm going to get into Wall in a minute. In a few minutes. In a little bit. Brad Rosie and Andy Baldwin, they both have, but from what we've seen in motions, Brad Rosie seems to be the one filing a lot of the legal due process DOC motions. And he has filed a lot of shit that obviously Judge Gold doesn't fucking read. Period. I don't even know if she can read. Honestly, I'm at that point with Judge Gold. I don't think she can fucking read. I don't even know if she can hear because she sure went on the record in an order and said, Rick doesn't have any serious mental illness. He just has like a little bit of like a little sprinkle of depression, despite the fact that she sat through 8 hours of testimony where a doctor, a psychologist literally said this man was psychotic. I don't know. That's a diagnosis. So I don't know what the fuck she was talking about. But Baston did say in a letter that he wrote that Judge Gold hid for 3 months that Wallace stood by and watched as COs physically assaulted another inmate. I don't know if it's true or not, but it sure is in writing, and he sure said, hey, check the tapes, motherfuckers. Read this. Do better. Yeah. Yeah. She can read up to 4 letters. That's why she's Fran Gull. Okay. Yeah. Rick was Walla's lab rat. She was. I mean, he was. She enjoyed watching him and treating him, even though she didn't treat him. She just let him slip into preventable psychosis. Okay, I digress. I can talk about Walla a lot, and I want to try not to right now. Okay. Moving right along, I'm using the All Eyes on Delphi version of this document because it's better for my eyeballs. So this is the emergency motion to modify the safekeeping order. This was filed on where is it? April 5th, 2023. Oh my God. We've read this so many times, but I still feel like I want to read it again because I'm in a mood. So comes now, the defendant respectfully requests this court modify the safekeeping order entered on November 3rd. In support of said motion, we state the following. On October 28th, Rick was arrested. On November 3rd, prior to counsel being assigned, Carroll County Sheriff filed a request to transfer him to DOC. The Honorable Judge Diener, we know, granted that request. All decisions regarding Mr. Allen's detention circumstances were made prior to counsel being assigned to Mr. Allen to speak on his behalf. No formal hearing regarding the sheriff's safekeeping request have been conducted as to the date of this filing. We know about Westville. It's further noteworthy, Mr. Allen has been continuously assigned to a separate max security seg unit within Westville, wherein the most dangerous offenders are housed. Finally, counsel discovered that Westville has been the center of much attention in recent past in matters involving unequal, inhumane treatment of offenders. They're like, y'all have been sued a lot. A lot. Counsel recently visited the prison and was denied of his request to inspect his client's cell block and living circumstances. So this would have been, let's see, they filed this April 5th, 2023. They visited him on April 4th, 2023. They filed this fast because well, okay. This is all the shit that they're doing to him. He's a constitutionally innocent man. He maintains his innocence. He's not been afforded any opportunity to visit his wife for 5 months. Mr. Allen is routinely supervised by other inmates. Okay, remember, y'all, this is filed on April 5th, 2023. Mr. Allen is routinely supervised by other inmates or companions, as referred to within the confines of the prison, who sit on watch outside his door on a daily basis. We don't know when they started having companions sit outside Rick's door, but we know that as of April 5th, 2023, it was a routine occurrence. I'm inclined to believe that it was pretty much the day that he got there, they were having this. Whether they did it formally under suicide protocols or informally, I don't know. But I have a hard time believing that they weren't doing this from day one. Mr. Allen's afforded very little, if any, recreation. Attorneys for Mr. Allen delivered. Okay, this is a issue of, this is like an area of contention. Hey, Dan, that I see a lot. People are saying he saw his discovery and he knew his goose was cooked and he had a meltdown, or he started feigning or malingering. It's just factually wrong. That's just a wrong thing to say, because that's not how it went down. So Rick's attorneys delivered over 1,000 pages of police reports on the 24th of March. As of Monday, April 3rd, he still didn't have that discovery. And this is the day that Rick starts wetting paper, making incriminating statements on the phone to his wife, at least the first day that the state brings that to the defense's attention. April 3rd, he doesn't have his discovery yet. So it's just a false narrative that's really annoying to see persisting, and it'd be so easy to clear up, except the state of Indiana, a la Nick McClelland, has purposefully muddied everything. So there's like literally no, it's just really hard to get any clarity on dates or occurrences and when things happened. But Rick did not have his discovery when he started deteriorating rapidly and making incriminating statements. He had not seen it yet. That's just, and the warden went on record in a hearing and also said that that was the case. So anyway, it's neither here nor there. To further complicate matters, Mr. Allen has suffered from depression back to his early years. Upon his incarceration, he was presumably evaluated and medicated by prison medical staff. Up until a visit with Mr. Allen on April 4th, we found him to be polite, communicative, great eye contact, generally responsive to our questions, exhibiting good sense of humor on occasion in spite of his false arrest and circumstances. However, his deteriorating physical condition has been observed by counsel back to the beginning of the new year. So as of the time that Mr. Rosie filed that discovery motion right after they visited him around Christmas, they start noticing a rapid deterioration of his physical condition. As recently as Friday, March 24th, Attorney Baldwin met with Mr. Allen with optimistic news about the direction of the case. Only 10 days later, when they went to visit him again, they noticed a steep decline in his demeanor, his ability to communicate, ability to comprehend, and his ability to assist in his defense. Simply put, this version of Richard Allen was very different than the Mr. Allen that had interacted with them over the past 5 months. Mr. Allen appeared to be suffering from various psychotic symptoms, which counsel would describe as schizophrenic and delusional. He's suffering from memory loss, and he's demonstrating an overall inability to communicate rationally with counsel and family members. Counsel experienced these symptoms firsthand upon visiting Mr. Allen on Monday, April 3rd. What else happened on Monday, April 3rd, 2023? So they must have visited him the day, I guess, so they're saying that they saw him on April 3rd, right? Did I just read that? I hope I didn't misread that. Fuck. Okay, well, I can't find it now. Oh, there it is. Okay. Monday, April 3rd. They visited him on Monday, April 3rd. Okay. Defense documents have still not been provided. This is the day he makes the incriminating phone call statements to Kathy. I guess I'll have to change this to the 3rd. I'm sorry, I know I'm neglecting the chat. But let's back up a little. So the defense meets with him on the 24th. They're notified that the sheriff's department's declining to move him out of DOC, despite no objection from Cass County or Prosecutor McClelland. It's also interesting that Rick is having religious delusions in March 2023. And we know that the suicide companions, not only were they communicating to Rick, yelling things at him, communicating with him, which is 100% against the PLUS program policies. They are not to be doing that, but they did it anyway. Rick confided that in Dr. Walla. He said from day one, the suicide companions have been a problem. They're not trustworthy. They're talking to me. They're saying things. They're asking me things. March 21st, Dr. Walla says, Rick took God into his heart. And the suicide companions were praying with Mr. Allen. This is an emotion that I'm going to share in a second. The defense says these companions are talking to him and praying with him. That's very inappropriate, and it's very concerning considering that Rick was having delusions. Yes, Luke says the picture of Rick in prison looking terrible was the first week of April. That was the day they went to visit him, I believe, on the 3rd, because they included that in their April 5th filing. Okay, I promise I have, like, I'm going to connect the dots in a second. So this is what Rick looked like when they went to visit him. He looks, first of all, what's this? We've talked about this before. So I asked Michael about this, and I guess there's no differentiation between. Hi, Sleuthy. Am I sure what? Hi. There's no differentiation. Red, okay, so the inmates in Westville that are in disciplinary housing, which I'm told, so RHU, where Rick was from day one, even though it's for his own safety, apparently there's no differentiation between inmates who are housed in restricted housing for their own safety and inmates who are housed in restricted housing for disciplinary reasons. A pretrial defendant, constitutionally, cannot be punished, right, in custody because they're pretrial. They've not been convicted. They're just supposed to be held. Rick is wearing red, which is the color that inmates who are being housed in disciplinary housing wear. I don't know why. I guess they put everybody in red. We still can't get clarification on why they have Rick in red when he's not in disciplinary housing. DB, I don't know. I think that we just determined that they just put everybody in RHU in red. Yeah, they mix the two housing classifications in the same pod. That makes sense. Look at what we've got going on Mr. Allen's wrists. So this is during a meeting with his attorneys. This is a, these are box cuffs. So they're like regular handcuffs, except they're more restrictive because you don't even have the freedom of movement to, like, you can't even turn your wrists. It's very restrictive. They're heavy as they're around there. So he's got a belly chain and he's got box cuffs. I don't know what this fucking rubber band on his wrist is for. I'd love to know what he's got going on there. He's disheveled. He's filthy. He's biting the fuck out of his fingernails. His skin looks peaked. His clothes are dirty. He looks distressed. He looks confused. He looks bewildered. He looks scared. He looks gaunt. He does not look good. And this is how they were confining Mr. Allen during visits with his attorneys. I don't know, Sleuthy. I want to know what this is too. What is this for? Why do we have a rubber band on his... We don't have enough shit on his wrists? You couldn't get the rubber band off his fucking wrist before you put his box cuffs on to let him meet with his attorneys? He's also wearing orange and red. Like, what is going on? Okay. That's all I wanted to show for that. I don't see it on his other wrist, Sleuthy. Only see it on one. On his right wrist. I don't know if he's a righty or lefty. I don't know. These look very tight, don't they? It looks very uncomfortable. How's he going to sign a paper? This is an attorney meeting. He's meeting with his attorneys. This is not an interrogation. This is a meeting with his attorneys. He's sitting, like, look, he's sitting in a comfortable chair, presumably in a prison, one of the rooms, to meet with his attorneys. Is this really necessary? For 13 months? Is this fucking necessary? Anyway, moving on. Dan, the levity man. If you give a mouse a cookie, he's going to want a glass of milk, which is why I'm not even going there. The test for determining the constitutionality. Oh, fuck, I always forget to do this. The test for determining the constitutionality of treatment of pretrial detainees alleged to deprive them of liberty without the due process of law is whether those conditions amount to punishment. Well, he's wearing red. Here, Mr. Allen's being punished to the fullest extent of the law. The conditions he's enduring have been thrust upon him without any judicial analysis of the need of such a deprivation of his liberty. Counsel is unaware of any facts outside those generally alleged in the safekeeping order which support the need to detain him on death row. Because there was none, because there were no threats. Sleuthy says, isn't being in prison by its very nature a punishment? Yes, which is why we don't make a habit of putting pretrial, non-convicted individuals there. Okay, 2 months prior to filing this, so February, the beginning of February, Attorney Rosie was able to secure a more traditional bed space in Cass County, a newly erected modern jail facility, 20 miles from the Carroll County Courthouse, directly across the street from Brad Rosie's office. Said modification of Mr. Allen's incarceration would result in a more humane living environment. Mr. Rosie was recently informed by the sheriff's department that they declined his request to have him moved. This part is important. This is my favorite. This is maybe my favorite. It's like my top 3 favorite things that the defense attorneys have put in a motion. Mr. Allen asserts that said denial is a deliberate attempt to impose conditions upon him that are intended to frustrate his purpose in defending against the charged allegations and to create a hardship on him which would drive any human to mental breakdown. Said approach to his pretrial detention is a direct infringement on his Sixth Amendment rights under the U.S. Constitution. Brad Rosie, so this is filed on April 5th. As of this date, as far as we know, there's been one allegedly incriminating statement made by Mr. Allen on the phone to his wife without any specific details of the crime. It was inconsistent with the facts of the crime, according to the defense, and they've not lied to us yet. So we've got one incriminating statement made. Mr. Rosie says, the detention of Rick Allen is a deliberate attempt to drive him crazy. It is a deliberate attempt to frustrate him in defending himself so that he feels helpless and hopeless, to create a hardship which would make any human experience a mental breakdown. This was on April 5th, 2023. when they had one incriminating statement. One. Mr. Rosie said, get him the fuck out of DOC and put him in an appropriate setting where he can get well. This is an emergency motion for an emergency hearing. Mr. Rosie believes an emergency exists. Time is of the essence based upon the dramatic change in Mr. Allen's condition, including his change in demeanor, appearance, and his overall mental health status. They respectfully request that this honorable court modify the safekeeping order and order him to be transported and housed at the Cass County Jail or somewhere near his family, and do so without a hearing. Or in the alternative, if Your Honor is going to insist on a hearing, despite everything that was just alleged in this, Mr. Allen, to conduct a hearing as soon as possible before he's placed in further jeopardy due to his current placement, and so he can assist his lawyers in addressing his mental health concerns and allow him to participate in the preparation of his defense and for all other just and proper relief. This was filed on the 5th day of April, 2023. An emergency exists. Okay? So Frangle, the lunatic herself, not only does she not do shit with that, that's on the 5th of April. Nothing happens judicially for days and weeks. Meanwhile, again, this is all in All Eyes on Delphi's. These are all court documents filed, extracted, and put into really easy to read format by All Eyes on Delphi, so everybody can access this too. On April 17th, so this is a video, DOC video M2U01026. Richard Allen, Sergeant Jones, and an unknown guard are in this video. This is on April 17th, or from April 17th to April 21st, 2023. Hi, Tommy, not a stupid question. They changed the venue from Carroll County to Allen County, which is a much larger county, probably a better chance of getting a less biased jury pool, except Allen County is the home county of Judge Gull, and she has a major role in jury selection. So I don't know what that means in terms of obtaining an impartial jury, but they have switched the venue out of Carroll County. However, they're still holding the trial in Carroll County. They're going to bus the jurors in from Allen County. They're going to bus them to Carroll County, sequester them, hold them somewhere in Carroll County for a month, at least, however long this trial will be. I don't know. This judge, she needs her own neuro evaluation as far as I'm concerned. She's losing her cognition. As I was saying, so this video is from, let's see, so that motion, that emergency motion filed by Brad Rosie on April 5th is filed, and then on April 17th, 12 days later, we have a video of Richard Allen, Sergeant Jones, and an unknown guard. Mr. Allen's being transported to a location within the max security unit to get a haircut. During the transport, an unidentified guard is walking Mr. Allen on a leash. Sergeant Jones can be seen in the same video. At approximately 2 minutes and 17 seconds into the video, the unknown officer with the leash reaches up to his right chest area and removes a patch from his uniform, places it in his pocket. It appears from the video that someone, likely the individual holding the camera, prompted him to do so. They haven't been able to identify who it is. One need not have a degree in rocket science to conclude that staff members are attempting to conceal unacceptable practices within the secured walls of max security unit. Okay. So that's 12 days after Rick's defense file an emergency motion. The guards are up to some shit fuckery, wearing patches on their uniforms. Then Judge Gohl has still not responded to the emergency request that Mr. Rosie submitted on April 5th. He didn't even, he said, we will accept a hearing if you're not going to grant it without a hearing. And guess what she did? Fuck all. She did nothing. So the day after this patch incident or whatever, still no response from Judge Gohl. Mr. Allen is deteriorating rapidly. Nobody's doing anything to intervene. April 18th, Brad Rosie files his Indiana tort claim notice. You're notified, hereby notified, the state of Indiana, and we went over this the other night, but just again, in case y'all weren't there. All of the individuals and or entities listed in this memo are the state of Indiana. These are the state of Indiana, the Indiana Political Subdivision, Risk Management Commission, Indiana Department of Insurance, the Attorney General Todd Rokita, Nicholas McClellan, the prosecutor, the former Carroll County Sheriff Tope Lesenby, the acting Carroll County Sheriff Tony Liggett, Carroll County Sheriff's Department, and the Indiana Department of Corrections. The state. You're hereby notified that Richard Allen is asserting a claim against all of those listed above as a result of the persons and or agents whose names are not now known. Agents acting on behalf of the state and who acted on behalf of the above agencies for the injuries and damages that Mr. Allen has sustained and continues to sustain from his unlawful incarceration on October 28th, 2022, associated with his criminal case number, wherein Mr. Allen was arrested and charged with 2 counts of murder. In addition to being unlawfully detained, Mr. Allen has been inhumanely incarcerated at a maximum security segregation unit within the Indiana Department of Corrections, Westville, pending trial. The above named agencies and or entities are the proximate cause of Mr. Allen's injuries. The purpose of this letter is to inform you of our client's claims against you. And I think Dan said something in the chat about his family having like a civil cause of action or a civil suit. Yeah. So the reason that this is filed is to preserve the defendant's right in the future, God willing, that if he survives, which I think he will because he survived this far. And I don't think the state anticipated that. The full amount of damages sought on behalf of my client is unknown at this time. When the info becomes available, we'll let you know. If for any reason you feel it doesn't, the above notice doesn't constitute full and complete notice, or if you think another agency or department should also be notified, like, I don't know, Jerome Holman, ISP, let us know immediately. This is intended to preserve any and all potential remedies. This letter to me says, holy fucking shit. Like, this is really bad. We can't get him out. They're going to fucking kill him. If not kill him, then they're injuring him irreparably. They're seeing this happen in real time before their eyes very rapidly, and they can do nothing about it because the Carroll County Sheriff's Department has declined their request to move him to a jail that could 1000% accommodate him safely and appropriately. Nope, not going to do it. Okay. The judge is ignoring, Judge Gohl is ignoring emergency motions. He's making phone calls. Yes. All eyes is here. Let me make sure that how do I get you on here? Hello, beautiful friend.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly.
Okay, I had to sign out of the other one. I'm trying to catch up to where you are now. Because I fell behind when I closed YouTube, so I didn't have an echo.
That's okay. I've just been bullshitting and ranting.
I feel you.
So I don't know if you can see, I pulled out actually, let me see. I pulled out all the things from April 2023 that I feel like I want to laser focus on, and I'm curious what you think. So we left it off with Brad Rosie's tort notice on the 18th.
Okay.
I don't know if I want to get into Nick's 3 different.
It took me a while to figure out what the problem was, and he was copying and pasting, and he used, like, he obviously started with the CVS for the employment records.
Yes.
And just didn't finish. And he just left the filing. Didn't even go back and fix it.
He was like, she'll grant it, which she did, so.
Yeah, exactly. Not all of it, but most of it.
Yeah, and so go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think because I can't see the screen, but I think she granted the audio and the video from Westville, and then the employment records, but not the mental health ones. I think those are the only ones she didn't. Is that, I can't read the folder from here,
Yes.
but okay.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, I'm caught up.
Okay, so then the other, let's see, can you see this? Yes, this is April 21st. So April 21st, Baldwin and his staff member visited Westville again. At all times during the visit, Baldwin and the staff member and Mr. Allen were under constant video surveillance. This is when they're recording his attorney-client meetings. Baldwin was prohibited from bringing his cell phone in, probably because they took a picture of Rick and put it in a motion, and that pissed DOC off. So they filed their temporary restraining order and preliminary injunction to get DOC to stop filming Rick's privileged attorney meetings. At various times between November and April, both Rosie and Baldwin visited Mr. Allen, and they were allowed to have their cell phones and computers. Said visits occurred in the office of the captain of the Westville Correctional Facility or other office space other than the presence of an officer immediately outside the door until a visit on February 21st or April 21st. Some semblance of privacy was offered up. Oops. However, that all changed in April 2023. So Judge Gohl issued a hot potato order, I call it, on the 14th of April, the same day that they have the emergency, what did they call it? Treatment
Review Committee.
Treatment Review Committee hearing to determine whether Rick needed involuntary medication and or a change in his setting. They did indeed end up involuntarily medicating him. They did not transport him to another facility, even though they very much should have. And on the same day, Judge Gohl issues an order saying the Department of Correction is authorized to move the defendant within the Department of Correction to accommodate his medical and physical needs. So for some reason, Judge Gohl decided that the agreed upon arrangement with Cass County did not work for her, and she gave DOC authority that they already had.
Well, not exactly.
Okay.
I've retitled this document because I've been going through some of the state forms, trying to understand some distinctions that Rosie made in some of his later filings.
Okay.
But I've been calling this a transport order, but I probably need to rephrase that even, because in the beginning I realized, okay, this is not, because Baldwin and Rosie, they called it a, like, the way they characterized it was that she reinforced the current safekeeping order, and effectively she did. But the distinction is this order was ordering IDOC or DOC, whoever, Westville, basically to follow the directives of the prison doctors and psychologists.
Mm-hmm.
And so this was like, that's why I got so frustrated with Wallace's testimony and the notes, because she was saying one thing, but this order says another. It's kind of like that transport order with Baston in June.
Mm-hmm.
There's a conflict between who's in charge. Of course, when there's a problem, all of a sudden the judge is saying it's nothing's up to her. She didn't tell anybody this or that. And Walla, even though it's like doctor's orders, no, apparently now she's saying that she wanted to do one thing, but this order was ordering DOC to do whatever she recommended.
Yep.
They were authorized to transport them. Granted, there is the semantics in there where it says within the department or whatever, but they have like prison facilities and transport services, best I can tell.
Mm-hmm.
Like if it's not physically in the location, it is still considered part of DOC if they needed to transfer him. But that's the one thing about this order. It's not really about like this one is supposed to be giving the doctor the authority to do what this man needs. And everybody is saying, not my problem.
Mm-hmm. Which is interesting because the hearing to determine whether he needed medication, whether his setting was appropriate, was scheduled the 13th of April. So I have a really, really bad feeling about Dr. Walla and her maybe potential communication with the prosecutor. And here's why I say that. Because Dr. Walla puts in her notes on April 13th that they scheduled a emergency hearing for the following day at 10 a.m. Dick McClellan files a motion on April 14th, the day of that hearing, and says the state has just been made aware of a hearing that's going to happen at 10 o'clock today. And we request the judge hold off on making any decisions until after that hearing. Who could have known about that hearing? Because we know it's heavily protected. It's HIPAA protected, and it's also, it seemed to have been an emergent situation. Like, who could have known about that hearing?
I think I figured it out today. Maybe, I say think and maybe.
Lay it on me.
If you go to, I can't pull anything up on here. I can't even figure out how to join the chat because I'm on mobile. It keeps telling me to connect to YouTube, but I think that's where I'll start getting an echo or a delay. So I'm not going to do that. But I think it's in the, if you can go to the March folder, I created a doc for the health order, like the mental health order, the suicide form, and the INE, and the treatment review committee. Like I created its own doc so that anytime I come across a filing that has more information, I can just copy and paste it in there. Granted, the filing says this happened on March 31st, 2023. And I do think the confusion with whether or not this was in 2023 or 2024 is because in a filing in 2024, Rosie was using previous exhibits. He was like re-upping them. But in this, on March 31st, there is the first mentions in any of the DOC personnel reports that this man has experienced psychosis and bizarre behavior, and they kind of describe a litany of different symptoms in ways it's manifesting. And then, of course, I think Baldwin and Rosie put their own, put it in their own terms, but I think they were actually too cautious. In this INE, it even says like the page numbers where it talks about he makes incriminating statements or admissions or whatever. They called them something that identified them as statements that law enforcement would be interested in. And on the INE, it looks like Dr. Polly Westcott was the one who was on site, but True Grit Crime, when she was going over her notes from the hearings, she mentioned that there was a psychologist at some point in all of this that went and evaluated him. Right. And I think that happened on the 31st, which explains why they had to have a TRC. Like, this was in the works. And if ISP psychologists were in on the 31st thing, then ISP would have access to that document through theirs. I don't know if they're authorized, but they would have access to it.
Okay, so I think I figured out what happened. So at some point, so Dr. Polly Westcott is actually the psychologist that the defense team hired in 2024 to conduct a neuropsych exam on Rick Allen. So,
okay, so she's in the 2024 filing?
Yes, and I think at
Okay, and
some
that's
point,
not the previous exhibit. I'm trying to pull it up, but it's slow.
yeah.
Sorry, before you go on,
No,
I'm
you're
just making
good.
sure I'm with you on the same page. So
So I
she was
think
the one in 2024, and then there's still a no name for the 2023. Did I hear that right?
so 2023, I don't actually my suspicion, or my, at least what I could piece together earlier, is that at some point the defense accidentally said March 31st, 2023, when they meant 2024, because they did do a neuropsych evaluation, independent neuropsych eval on Rick with Dr. Polly Westcott for the purposes of their defense. I think they mistitled it because, as far as I can tell, the first like hearing evaluation of any kind for Rick was April 14th, 2023. So unless there's like,
Does it say in the document on the 31st, the citation? I could have sworn that I got it from an earlier filing than 2024, but I might be mixing them up because I was making different docs for the different orders, trying
yeah,
to figure it out. But
so
it
this
should
is
say at the
actually
bottom.
the memo in support of, okay, this was the one that where they mention her neuropsych eval. So
Hi, True Grit Crime. I saw, by the way, I hope you're okay. I just saw she was in the chat, but I can't type because I can't figure out how to join the
True right
chat.
here.
I just saw her come through here. I'm glad
Hi,
you're
True
okay.
Grit. Oh my gosh, so glad that you're okay. We were sending you lots of love and hugs earlier, so all of that copy pasta. I don't like that. I'm sorry that happened. That's really scary. I'm
That is
glad that you're
scary.
okay. I hate that shit. Ugh. Okay, so back to where the hell? I know, because you linked it and I pulled it up. So the facts and circumstances. Okay, independent neuropsych eval 33124 offered up to the court in appendix form. And then I think,
Yeah, these are a memorandum of law.
yep.
There's also one where it's Defendant Allen's motion to suppress.
Yes. So this is the memo in support of the motion to suppress. And then is there another?
I was looking at the bottom. I'm trying to look at my citations because those are the two I think I narrowed it down to where it mentions anything about it. But this would not be the first typo in the filings I have found.
No, I know, exactly.
Even with the Misty Moore thing for the investigative thread, where Mary Jacobs contacted her in the Franks, it says 2018, but it was actually 2017. And so there's been some stuff that's a lot easier to figure out, but this one, I haven't been able to tell if they did an eval in 2023 and they brought Dr. Polly Westcott in to do their own to counter the one that was done in the prison, or if there was only one.
So as far as we know from the July 30th, 31st, and April 1st or August 1st hearings that just happened, Rick never had any kind of legitimate, like, standardized evaluation of any kind while he was in DOC custody, with the exception of that very top secret, like, April 14th treatment hearing that apparently Walla was not even allowed to allude to while she was on the stand for some reason.
I don't think you can just skip straight to a committee hearing though. I think there has to be, at least procedurally, it doesn't mean they didn't skip it anyway. But
that was their procedure. So one of the things that oh shit, I found,
I mean, there's got to be a prelim something. I guess maybe not in a prison. I think that would probably, just be outside of prison.
She categorized it as emergent because of the nature of, I guess, his deterioration and his self-harm. But there was something I found.
What could have been emergent though if they hadn't tried to treat something and they're having to review it? Okay, we tried to give him this, it didn't work. Now we got to talk involuntary. That's kind of what I'm thinking. There had to have been something, but I'm glad True Grit is here. I think it was her stream sometime in the last week where she was going over her notes. She mentioned something about an ISP, a psychologist that was like part of Indiana State Police. And I
Indiana
wasn't,
State Prison, yeah.
no, I thought she said I couldn't, that's why I was listening when she was streaming, so I couldn't actually clarify. But that's one of the things I wanted to ask her. It was something associated with the state, whether it was the prison or the police, but she mentioned a psychologist, but I don't know if they clarified in that hearing in the in between
Yeah.
when that would have come, like, when would that have taken place?
So the psychologist that they are mentioning was with the so it's ISP. Unfortunately, it's the same acronym, but it's ISP
Okay.
is Indiana State Prison. And he was, I guess they had their own kind of like independent psych person that could
Gotcha.
treat him, and so they had a conversation, and I guess thankfully, Walla respected Rick's autonomy when he said he didn't want to talk to him. So I don't believe that he ever did. I think his name was Dr. Courtney wrote it down somewhere, but I don't think that they ever actually met.
I thought that, okay, so I thought that part was just with Walla. Okay, so what is the process then? Because I know obviously this is not how it goes down outside of a prison. This is not like this is just not really the order or the what is it, the stride, like how fast or slow something goes or any of that. But, I don't know. And at least that's what I was trying to look through the state forms for today, because I was trying to figure out which criteria specifically that Rosie was talking about, that he did or didn't meet. But
Right.
where is it? I was just trying to pull it up. I got way too many. I'm switching screens because I'm on mobile. It's not ideal.
You're on your phone right now trying to do all
Yeah.
this? Jeez.
I'm always having to run around. I'm always on the go.
Well, while you're looking for that, so this, you had mentioned something about procedure, the hearing and things that they'd have to do first. So this just is a 2022 article I found about grave disability in jails and prisons, and it mentions here that the Supreme Court case in 1990 basically. Washington v. Harper, prison inmates with mental illness can be involuntarily treated with antipsychotic medications if they're dangerous to self or others, which may include grave disability. And if their treatment is in their medical interest, the court noted that administrative rather than judicial hearings can provide sufficient procedural protection. So basically, like, they can skip that step if they deem the condition to be grave, if they're dangerous to self or others, and if that involuntary treatment is in the inmate patient's medical interest, then they can basically skip the judicial hearing and go straight to like that treatment hearing procedurally, if that makes sense. Which I'm not saying I agree with that, but
right. Well, at least we know, because they apparently did not pull the plus companions off and replace them with prison guards until after the emergent situation. So that would mean that all through the end of March, at least, like I knew the turnover was somewhere the end of March, and I've been trying to figure out the INE thing, because I could not for the life of me figure out if it was like an additional one to counter one that already existed, or if it was a typo or whatever. But that clears that part up.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I mean, obviously it'd be ideal had they evaluated him, but I don't know how much I would really trust DOC psychologists to do that. And plus, we know that they would have just communicated the results of that to the prosecutor. Yeah. And Judge Jessica says, did we ever find out who was telling Nick about the April 14th hearing?
Well, I thought it was the INE in March. That's what I was thinking today. That's why I was trying so hard to figure it out, because I thought, okay, he could have, because there were the things that he mentioned in his, I think it was April, was it the 14th or the 20th?
Yeah, 14th.
Yeah, he was mentioning stuff that was in, like, I mean, it was no more, no less than than the doc I created for the INE. But if that was in 2024, that's just a real weird coincidence, I guess.
Let me pull
But
that
there
up.
must have been like prison records at this time, because they went to visit him on the 24th and he seemed okay, all things considered, obviously. But I think I even have a doc for Max Baker, and I think though it's Hoffman's affidavit. I pulled all the
Mm-hmm.
quotes about his affidavit and put them into one doc, and
Mm-hmm.
he talks about like the very early visits
Yep.
and kind of. I started a folder for each of them that I need to go through for each individual visit. I think there were 4 in May, but they kind
Mm-hmm.
of explained, like, I wanted to have a doc, like, okay, what happened on this visit? What happened on the
Mm-hmm.
next visit?
Yeah.
But, you know, at one point, Max was saying something to the effect of he went to visit him around Christmas time, and Mr. Allen was like, like exchanging, having meaningful discussion with
Mm-hmm.
his attorneys, like he was listening. And then the second time he went back, which was not until
The
I want to
5th.
say I don't know if Max went. I think his visits were
Oh,
in May, but
you're right.
still
So there was.
by May, Max was saying that Mr. Allen didn't know who he was, and at first
Mm-hmm.
he probably thought. I think Nick cross examined him and was like, "Well, you met him once. Of course, he doesn't remember you." He's like, "Yes, but like he also was not all there. Like the lights were
Right.
on, but nobody was home." And
Right.
he was the one who brought in the first mention of the visit with Kathy, and he was saying that Mr. Allen's face, his entire face was bruised, that it looked like scarring.
Yep.
He used the word scarring because it had been bruised. So, like, at this point,
Here you go,
like,
Allies.
yeah,
Oops. I
sorry, go
think
ahead.
this. No, no, no. This is. I think this is what you're talking about. I just want to make sure. So you have like some
For,
April 21st defense visit, Baldwin and Hoffman.
yeah.
Okay. So he's
I haven't
talking.
added the stuff from the hearings yet, from the where
Okay.
Max testified, but like for it, as far as the filings go, that's all the mentions in the filings. It's
Yep.
just not the transcripts.
Okay. So, let's see. I think that brings us to. So then Gull, she files that, like, yeah, like you were saying, it's not really like a transport order. It's not even really a safekeeping order. Although I guess the closest thing it's like a safekeeping reaffirmation. Basically, she reaffirms.
Well, she has it both ways. She likes to do that. She's like, okay, we're going to follow the doctor's orders as long as you stay on site and
Right,
don't
as long as
actually
you stay
treat
and do.
him, because we don't have anything to treat him here. So we're going to
Right.
make you keep him here, but we're going to pretend like we're just following the doctor's orders. She's
Mm-hmm.
having it both ways in this order. It's very irritating.
Which is very concerning because, for starters, and I go back to who told Nick McClelland, either on the morning of the 14th of April or on the evening of the 13th of April, who told Nick McClelland, the state, the prosecutor, that there would be a emergent, confidential treatment hearing about involuntary medication and setting? Like, who could have possibly told the prosecutor something that is so heavily HIPAA protected, first of all? Like, I am really curious if Rick's defense attorneys even knew that this hearing was taking place. Like, we still don't know if they knew about it ahead of time, and yet the prosecutor knows about it and he puts it in a public motion to Judge Gull, and then the same day she issues her order. So
Yep.
like, there is
That's
1000% ex parte fuckery going on.
Well, there's part of the, like, I have been trying to narrow down and zero in on like what led up to this to see what I missed or indications of anything. And I'm trying to pull it up now. So like one of the things I was wanting to try to get to earlier, I'm going to try to skip through this quickly, but on the 22nd of November,
Mm-hmm.
she sets the bail hearing for hearing in February.
Yes,
And
let
then
me go to your CCS.
okay. Then on December 7th, defense gets their first discovery notice from the state. Up until this point, all they had was the redacted PCA and charging
Yeah,
information,
right.
which is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And from what I can tell from the next filing that I'm about to mention, I think other than that, they had Holman's report, which was written on November 1st, which is the
Mm-hmm.
same day Mr. Allen's letter begging for the court's mercy was postmarked. He
Mm-hmm.
wrote a report on the 1st, and then I think they gave Baldwin and Rosie the certificates of analysis because they, like, the next thing that they do after that is they file an ex parte motion for funds and experts. And the next filing after that on the December 21st is they file another motion authorizing for a fact investigator.
Mm-hmm.
And then around Christmas, they go visit Mr. Allen.
Yep.
And then days later, they file the motion for discovery.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is where I have not known where to place this little caveat about Unified Command visits Westville in late 2022 or early 2023. So I don't know if this happened after Christmas, before January, or maybe around the time where Rosie's trying to reach out to Cass County. But on January 9th, Goal orders the motion for discovery for a hearing, like within days, on the 13th. And then she also sets the ex parte motion for the investigator at the same hearing. And then a couple days later, Nick files the state's response to the motion for discovery, and Goal grants it she grants the motion to prohibit the parties and everybody, basically the gag order. She grants that the same, like, that day. And then she takes the defendant's motion for discovery under advisement. She puts the gag order in place first, takes the one for discovery under advisement. Then she acknowledges the defendant's motion for change of venue and says, you guys figure it out where you want to have it. And then, like, a couple days later,
lazy,
I know, a couple days later, they enter a week later, I think, they enter a stipulated order about the change of venue to bring a jury from Allen County to Carroll County. And then on the 30th, Nick files the state's response to the petition to let bail. And so the next thing that happens in between this and the next filing is approximately 2 months before April 5th, Rosie secures a spot for Mr. Allen. So after Nick files his response to the bail hearing, Rosie immediately starts trying to find him a new place. And that's around the 5th of February. And then on February 7th, Rosie files a motion to continue the bail hearing. And he, quote, the defense has yet to receive the entirety of discovery from the state and therefore is not yet prepared to proceed with the bail hearing. The defense anticipates receiving the remaining discovery by the end of this week.
Sure they do. And that's also when, remember, I'm like bouncing between our timelines. That is, remember when we added this? So Rosie gets him a bed at Cass County. February 8th, Nick McClellan is in front of Carroll County Council freaking out about needing more money because he has so much work to do, and the discovery deadline is in 2 days, the 10th of February.
Also on February 10th, the attorneys for the media interveners, they file a renewed motion to intervene on the same thing that they intervened on in November, where the prosecutor got around their, like, he was like, fine, I'll file the PCA and the charging information. I'll just do a redacted version. And they're like, okay, but you still haven't, like, why is your request to prohibit it from public access, like, why is that still filed confidentially?
Right.
And so they go back because he's still, everybody thinks that he's about to turn it all over, but he doesn't. So then on the 13th, he files the response to the continued bail hearing. And then he files a motion requesting the protective order.
Yeah, he's such a baby.
Yeah. And then on this, real quick, before because this was all the stuff leading right up to the emergency modification thing. On the 17th, Goal she conducts the hearing remotely. Yeah. And one of the details I got today was when she did that, during the remote hearing, she continued the bail hearing. She's like, okay, we'll push this. She cancels the transport order, which also canceled Mr. Allen's one chance since December to have an in-person private meeting with his attorneys. That was canceled when she did this. And then she grants the media interveners renewed motion to grant I think it was public access to the state's verified request to prohibit something like that. It was like prohibit this, prohibit that, prohibit. Oh my goodness, we got
So
a
what did
kitty.
that?
Come on.
What did that like?
Well, that lit a fire under Nick. He's like, oh shit, like they already came after me once. And so like he's under stress for discovery deadlines. And now the media is like following up with him on how he is trying to keep things sealed and drag his feet with turning stuff over.
Right.
And sometime this month, he turns over, because all he's turned over so far is the unredacted PCA,
That's
the
it.
charging info,
That's it.
and the certificates. I think he's turned over the certificates, except I'm not positive because it's possible they only knew about that bullet from the PCA. I don't know that they even had it yet. But the thing he turns over in discovery this month is the interviews with Becky and Mike Patty and Ron Logan and Daniel Pearson. Like it's, I don't know if it's limited to those, but it was very, compared to all of the interviews they did, it was very limited. And the reason they turned him over is because Jay Harper of Unified Command, apparently he located him and turned him over for this, you know, because Nick is like, y'all got to give me something. We got to turn
they're just
something
like
over.
trying to appease the defense. They're like, here you go.
And
like,
then
here's something.
Yeah. Then nothing happens after the February 21st for that week. There's no indications from the filings or anything else until March 24th, when defense finally drops off 1,000 pages. So they must have gotten their March discovery notice because he's trying to turn over something in the meantime. So then they just like do like they bury him in like nonsense stuff that was not real helpful yet. Like, because they're still asking for phone stuff. Like in June, they still hadn't received the Libby's phone extractions or anything that actually matters. But so I don't know what these 1,000 pages were, because when you see all the requests for discovery they're making later, none of this was important. And that's what he was turning over while the media is on his ass, while he's begging the council for money. Well, but he already got his protective order, so he's fine with it.
Yeah.
But last thing, and then I'll stop.
No, you're good.
I hadn't seen it before. A few people sent me links to their Google Drives. Like, let me like see if there's anything there you need. Because I was trying to even find like appearance forms, even non-important stuff. I was just trying to get all of it so it could all be in one place. But I finally got to Yellow Jacket's link that she sent me like a while back, because I've been trying to go in order that they send them so that I don't get all mixed up with everybody's. But I found that the December filing where there's a protective order already on these confidential file. Like she explains how to file these ex parte motions, which they had been doing. But the stuff that they were filing that Nick got a hold of in her order, like Nick did a contempt. Like he did a contempt of this order from, I think it was December 12th. It was specific about these filings and this information he had that he then put in a filing. But still, like, that has like, it talks about it gives us a list of all the different personnel that could or would potentially handle these, where Nick could have gotten it from. So that was the list I made today, was from that filing of the potential people that Nick could have accessed it from or through. But that's where we got to start, at least when it comes to that. But I think that was all the like back info that I was trying to squeeze in, because it's like, there's these like the discovery stuff was weighing on him, and that was while all this stuff was going on with safekeeping, and that it puts a different spin on their sense of urgency with whatever they were doing with him and visiting him. And I say they, I mean Unified Command, with their visits up there and their requests for monitor this for the investigation kind of stuff. They were kind of making suggestions is one way to put it, for things they need from Mr. Allen that the prison staff could please help them with. Well, it's crazy.
One of the things that DB and I have kind of talked about is characterizing Nick's motions. They're like one of two things more often than not. Very, very rarely do they contain any legitimate, like, he never argues any law. He never supports his position using like case law or anything.
There's like three filings out of all of them.
Right, exactly. And probably, I wonder, did he even write those, right? But he either uses his motions as they're either press releases or they're basically calls to action. where he's
For goal.
deputizing. Yeah, he's deputizing people to do things. So
Absolutely.
it's scary. It's very scary because anytime I see the state has filed something, I like start to sweat because I'm like, what sweet fuckery are we gonna read now? Like, how much damage is this going to do to the defendant's due process? How much violation of his privacy are we about to read? And
well, he definitely knows how to undergo, like he knows what to say to make her feel disrespected, and like the defense is doing stuff that's below the like below the dignity of her court, kind of, like he plays up to that kind of stuff about what defenses do. And but more times than not, he's the one, he's describing his own actions.
Yes, he's the king of projection.
And saying the defense did it.
Absolutely. And so I think that gets us to, and then okay, so this was interesting. Your the way that you set up the why can't I find, okay, the way that you set up the like how you put the videos of Rick in DOC, even though we didn't learn of them until April of this year, the way that you like actually put them in chronological order blew my head apart, because while Rick is receiving involuntary Haldol injections and literally in the worst of his psychosis, and I'm going to go through all his notes in a second, they're tasing him like in the same weeks and months. They're
also taking him to get a haircut in the middle of all this.
Right.
But I don't know that they are so much I don't think they cared about the haircut so much as
they want to move him.
Baston, yes, because there are blind spots where if you take them through this hallway, there's blind spots with the footage. And even with the footage, the thing that's also frustrating is it's not like it's time stamped, like what time it is in the video, but they're dated from okay, this was like May 9th to it's like a date range. And so I don't know if I don't know if the footage, it's like, okay, here's all the footage from this date until this date, or if it's somewhere between these dates, or if because I don't know if on a camcorder, I guess maybe the old school ones did do the date and time, but you have to program it in right. Like they could have, like, how do we know what day it actually was? Right. And that's also my concern is what was the camcorder they were using? Because you can change the date and time. And I guess I've never looked into it, like how you do.
A lot of federal lawsuits about the camcorders.
Well, I was about to say, I don't know how you do an extraction on an old school camcorder that you hold on your shoulder. I'm sure they can do some, but if the features and functions are limited, I assume the information you can get from them is also limited. I don't actually know, but I am curious about the timestamps and the dates on there and how old that thing was.
Is there audio on the handheld? So while they're moving Rick within the unit,
they say there's not, but like camcorders they record audio. But I don't know if they took the mic out, or there was one of the hearings or the hearing notes. I don't know if that was asked or if that was just like discussion in between different witnesses, but I have a note to actually follow up on it where you can take the mic out. I don't know if that was a mention as if like an example of something they could do, because there were questions about like that kind of stuff. Like, well, how do you ensure that it's just video and not audio?
Right.
Because they were trying to nip. Yeah. Well, I think it was at a point where Nick was trying to act like it was ridiculous for defense to be upset about this because every prison takes video of everybody who comes in. And they're like, yeah, but those don't have audio. And so when it came time to asking them, okay, so what's up with the audio? They were kind of sneaky about it, but I cannot remember which. I don't know if that was safekeeping or if that was this year, because they kind of run into each other, but they also, the testimony from last year contradicts the testimony from this year.
It sure does.
It's hard to untangle it because the warden can't keep his story straight.
Yep. It sure does. And what's weird is that Harshman mentions observing and hearing these alleged incriminating statements or confessions of Rick Allen while he's being moved throughout the prison, throughout the facility. So how is he observing and hearing if there's no audio? So I think they're full of shit.
Yeah, I do too. And by the way, this year the warden elaborated so helpfully. He said that when he was asked, he said, well, yeah, I would walk by his cell, and when I would walk by, he would just start talking to me and he would just confess stuff.
Yeah,
And they were like, well, they asked him, did you document it? And he said, well, no, but other people heard it and they documented it. Well, how do we know that they did hear it? And when they asked him about the details they added onto the thing he never documented, he's like, well, I didn't hear that part. He's like, I mean, he said stuff. And then he said something to the effect of, well, he wrote me letters. Well, actually, you have to request an interview with the warden if you want to speak about something specific. So somebody probably said, well, if you want to talk to him about that, you have to file this request. And he might have said, like, I want to talk to you about the stuff they're saying. Like, they're accusing me of this. And the way he retells stuff, it could have been fucking anything. Like it doesn't have to be a confession. It could be, well, they're saying I confessed. I want to talk to someone about this. They keep trying to pull me out for interview. Because then the warden also said he had no knowledge of law enforcement coming into his prison to do interviews in one of their rooms. How do you not know that? So they're either running circles around the warden, and that's why he got transferred, because he let a bunch of stuff happen under his nose that he didn't know about, or he's lying.
He plays dumb real well. Either he's real dumb or he plays dumb real well. I can't figure out which one, though.
It's frustrating. He also is the one that frustrates me with when it comes to the shirt that you were talking about. I think you were talking about earlier. Like, Rosie was asking him, well, okay, if he had just come in from rec, is there dirt outside where he could have rolled around in and get dirty? Like, what is this? Yeah. If he's not around other people and he's only with himself and he's outside and there's no like equipment or basketball courts or whatever, like what would have caused the dirt on there? And so in one sitting, the warden is like going all into explaining away how, well, he's acting strange. He tore it himself. He dirtied it himself. And then towards the end of the hearing, he also insists that he had other shirts. He just refused to change, as if the guards take orders from him. Like he can just say, oh, can we stop by my room real quick? You know, like, can we make a pit stop? And they're like, oh yeah, sure, for sure. That doesn't happen. But also the warden even goes out of his way to say that, well, Mr. Allen could have changed. He just refused. He even used his commissary. He even bought a shirt specifically for his attorney's visits. So why would you buy shirts for an attorney visit and then refuse to change into that shirt that you used your commissary to buy? Like, he keeps doing that, though. He'll say two things at the same time that you cannot reconcile, because if he bought them for attorney's visits, why is he refusing to change into that shirt? And then he's acting like he refused to change. But then when you read Max Baker's affidavit and Rosie's filing, when they brought him in on that leash, they took him to a room before he was even allowed to say hello to Kathy. They made him change.
Right.
And so, like, they can't keep their story straight, and they're saying two things, and it drives me so crazy. I mean, like, it gets me all worked up, obviously, but like, which is it? Because, and the time frame now is different. Last year, the filing that Nick put, as of the 14th, he said that tablet was already broken. But he also said he broke it the day after he got his discovery. Well, we found out he didn't get that discovery till after this filing. So did Mr. Allen break his tablet, or did someone else break it? Because also, in what world is he you're not supposed to tell on people in prison if they do stuff. You just take the blame for it and come what may. But they replaced the tablet for free. Little
in
Westfield
June.
Charity facility.
In June.
So did he have two tablets? So now they're even more charitable. So now he's not only getting the one tablet, they're replacing it for free, but he's getting a second one too. I mean, I assume that's way cheaper than a lawsuit, obviously, but that's, the warden even went out of his way. Like, well, other prisoners don't get it. He's getting better treatment. Well, yeah, he apparently, because he's getting two for free. Like, explain that. Because What private prison gives away stuff like this? I've never heard of that.
I wanna just raise one thing you said. I think it's a really good point where you said, well, the warden claims that he's refusing to change his shirt, right? He was refusing to take his dirty shirt off. So I think that a huge problem.
Why didn't they tase him? That's what they do every time he refused other stuff. What was different about this time? Sorry.
No, you're right.
I get so mad.
They're basically, the entire problem as I see it is that you have a individual who is in psychosis. He's gravely disabled and he's psychotic, period. He's in psychosis. And psychosis, like, you can not really, you can come in and out of it depending on what they're treating. You what?
They're not really lucid. Like
absolutely not.
They're just not.
And something that I found interesting is that in this journal that talks about grave disability in prison specifically, it says one example of grave disability might be a person refusing to eat because of delusions about food, fleeing from housing because of auditory hallucinations. So basically, where is it? There was another part that I really wanted to raise because it talks about how sometimes, here it is. When a person is experiencing psychosis, when they flood their cell, throw their bodily fluids, refuse to eat, refuse to change their shirt, custody staff may be trained to respond with punitive measures, whereas mental health staff might wish to pursue further evaluation. So they're saying he's breaking his tablet. That's a behavioral problem. He's refusing to change his shirt. That's a behavioral problem. He's refusing to eat and he won't sleep. That's a behavioral problem. No,
this is a symptom of something else. It's not the problem.
Right. This is not behavioral. He's psychotic. He's in psychosis. He's having delusions. He's having religious delusions. He's having other kinds of delusions. Like, we don't even know the extent of his psychosis, but we know that it was bad enough where his defense attorneys are observing schizophrenic-like symptoms. Dr. Walla is using words like, hold on a second. And I'm going like out of the order but that's okay because who cares? So in March 2023, Rick he confides in Dr. Walla. This is his doctor.
Yeah.
So Rick is the kind of person who believes that if you tell law enforcement something, they'll help you. If you're honest, nothing bad can happen. And
this is just a misunderstanding. I'll talk to them and we'll clear it right up. I'm talking,
exactly.
This is.
And if I tell,
obviously not, because they were not reasonable.
No, not at all. And if I tell my doctor that that I need help.
If I tell an adult, they'll help me.
Exactly. If I tell my doctor that I need help, she's going to help me because of course she is, because that's what she does. That's what her job is. And unfortunately, Rick did tell Dr. Walla in March that he was not feeling right. But she did nothing. She did nothing to interrupt that. So then we've got April 4th. She's using words like poor, critical, deteriorating, suicidal ideation, delusions. He's saying things like death would bring relief, insomnia, poor appetite, hopelessness. 412, more critical, banging his head, emergent involuntary meds are administered. That means that they held him down and they injected him with Haldol because he could not self-soothe. He was self-harming. 413, grave disability, considering involuntary meds. This is when, go ahead.
This is also when Baston wrote his order. At this time, he was saying that the guards were abusing him and they were even teasing him. You have your phone, your tablet is ringing.
Your family's calling you.
You got a phone call from your family. Yes. On that, I guess what, the broken tablet? Like, so it wasn't broken and it was functional or not? Like, they keep doing this stuff where they are not clearing things up that are real easy to clear up. And that shit drives me crazy. Like when you won't clear something up that would just clear everything up.
There's usually a reason.
That's when I start. Exactly.
And then this is something else.
Yeah. This is during that same time, I believe, like where he wrote the letter. I think
exactly
that's
that time.
It was dated on the 11th.
Yep.
And that's right around the time, like right before the hearing, where all of a sudden stuff's getting emergent. And all we know is that at this time he is being he's being physically, like, they're using force, they're taunting him, they're doing all kinds of stuff, and he doesn't have his discovery yet. Somebody else has it though. But that's also another violation of that order that Gull wrote in in December. Like the prison violated it too.
What happened? What did they do to Rick Allen? I keep asking this question, and it's rhetorical, kind of, but I'm hoping, I mean, I imagine the defense knows, because I think a lot of the questions and the motions and things we've seen kind of allude to and point in the direction of having some knowledge. But what did they do to Rick Allen from the time that, yep.
I mean, they did at least the things that Bastion put in his order. I don't care if he's a jailhouse lawyer. I don't care what his charges are. He still can describe what he saw happen with other people. Like, that doesn't change just because someone committed another horrible crime does not mean they didn't see what they saw.
Well, if we're going to discredit Bastion for being a piece of shit felon, then that means that we need to discredit every single one of the state's witnesses.
Exactly.
So
that was my next point. Is
pick your battles,
like the employment records. We're going to use. They want everything both ways. They want to use Brad Holder's employment records to clear him while not using the other people's work records that place different vehicles at the CPS building at a different timeline. Like whether it's in the prison or whether it's just in the investigation, they're having all these things both ways and then not clearing any of it up. Yep. Like the March and the April timeframe, the only glimpse we have is Wallace's notes and this letter, but that he wrote it on the 11th, and then that hearing was on the 14th.
Yep.
So whatever was emergent was right around the time of all this stuff. Like that kind of lends credibility to Bastion's
100%.
claims, because what he's describing, and on top of that, this is, I think at this point, it's 5 months into solitary confinement.
Yes.
They have pulled him out of his environment.
Yes.
Like even, I explained it at one point, like when you, like babies who are the horrible experiments that were done, were like, if you don't pick up a baby for a year, or I don't think they did experiment, but like studies where babies who were not nurtured by a parent.
Right, like in orphanages where they're not held in.
Yes, but like even when you're picked up and rocked, you get vestibular movement in your ears, and it like keeps certain neurotransmitters and neurons, like they continue connecting and developing. When you take the proper stimuli away from someone and their family and all of the things that their brain is accustomed to for those developmental things, just on a physiological level, even he no longer has those. So he's 5 months into like an abrupt change. He's never been in custody, and they're taunting him, they're tasing him. And the fact that Nick is like, no, he's eating, he's fine.
Well, he lied. He lied.
Oh, that's
so. Yeah. He should be. I can't even go there. I'm biased, but
you're a liar.
I think we should let the prosecutor stay in seg until we get all this sorted out. How about that?
I think that's a great idea.
Right.
Hey, DB.
And see how they like it. Like if Goal's husband went to a park the day some horrible crime happened, would she be cool with the state putting him in prison until we figure it out? I don't think so. Like. That's the kind of stuff that frustrates me, though, because they're painting him guilty so that we can justify this. But if you put a different person in his place, someone they know or someone they love, like then they can see it for what it is. But because they don't know this man, they're able to just otherize him, and it's very frustrating because they don't care. They just lie. They get on the stand and lie. They lie in Goal's lying in her orders. And they're not clearing these things up that actually do matter.
And the scary thing is that they are going to trial on October 14th with this judge who has let the state lie and lie and lie and lie with no consequence. And when the defense is honest, she calls them liars. So,
good evening, Your Honors. I would like to enter something into the record quickly.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm in.
What's up?
I have a neat little thing I wanted to read here from a lawsuit that we found against Westville Correctional Facility. It's lawsuit from Mark Hall, an offender that was at Westville, formerly at Newcastle. This is a little bit more on topic a bit ago, but I just want to read it anyways because
let's go.
Okay, so this is a report of disciplinary hearing video evidence review. An offender was experienced use of force from the officers during a movement, and they believed that they were going to be able to get some type of evidence of them, some of the officers' statements beforehand that would talk about their motivation to actually go hands-on with this offender. The accusation was one of the officers said that they were going to kick his ass and they were going to take him, they were going to transport him. So upon asking for the video when he went to a disciplinary review, they said that they couldn't provide it. And there's a report of disciplinary hearing video evidence review. This is a state form 55721. It's a IDOC form. And in the summary of the video recording, it says the video was reviewed outside the presence of the offender. The facility does not want the offenders to know the camera angle, dead spots, quality of the video recordings, or where to hide out of the camera's view. Giving the offenders this information would jeopardize the safety and security of the facility by letting them know where they could commit rule violations and assault staff or other offenders outside of the view of the camera, as well as increasing the risk of escapes and attempts in these areas. The recorded phone call for the above case was reviewed, and the offender, Carter Richard, can clearly be heard saying, "I am calling for Mark. Give me a second. He is in the shower about 10 feet away from me. Let me see what he's saying and what he wants me to say." I can hear the offender in the background, and Carter is repeating messages. So this seems like and it makes it seem like this is like a mounted camera, but when you look at other parts of this lawsuit, they actually have a very up close shot of this gentleman in like a padded room or something, and it seems like they're not talking about a stationary camera. So it's just something that we're looking more into, and if you guys know anything about this case, I'll put the case number in the chat. But there's a bunch of information on Pacer with it, and there's a lot of information out there in general on it, but it's a kind of an interesting look at the IDOC form. There's literally a summary of video recording and disciplinary review hearing board form for any time something happens, and they want to protect these videos under the guise of safety of the facility. And so if you're a pretrial inmate and there's a video of you, potentially with audio or not, we don't know, and it could be exculpatory to you in your case about your housing, they could hold on to it because of the safety of the facility. Now, that it just seems like a weird interaction, a weird thing to think about for pretrial inmates.
It's kind of like the stingrays, like they don't want to acknowledge it, so they'll have to let certain things go so that they don't have to acknowledge it to protect other investigations that they will also let go to protect their, like they are protecting their sources and methods at the expense of people's like due process, their rights, their oaths, their honor, their integrity. Like it's but yeah, like you can even, Rosie even mentions in one of the filings that you can tell at a certain spot where they're walking through to take him to get his haircut, they point to, like, one of the guys points to the other one's patch and he's like, "Take it off before you go through this line of sight." But I guess they didn't do it. They either did it too early or too late because there was like just enough of a view. Rosie does say he couldn't tell who the other officer was because in their mind they probably thought they were out of view of the camera, but it's like but when you look, you can also look at the history of people who worked there, and they are the ones committing, like they're the ones undermining the safety of the facility by bringing stuff in and trafficking stuff. Like they have a bigger problem with staff than they do with their inmates bringing stuff in.
Yeah, and one of the
inmates
issues
can't bring it in without the help of officers.
Yeah, of course.
They just can't.
I mean, it's big money. The contraband is huge money, and especially these high custody facilities where you have people that are either the head of violent gang organizations or criminal narcotics trafficking on the streets. There's a lot of money in getting these people communication devices, drugs to sell, etc. But
they get a lot more organized in prison than they do outside a lot of times. Like there are some where they have to like split these people up because they are in they have such a regimented system because it is a prison that they end up getting real organized, and it becomes a bigger problem a lot of times, at least in certain prisons, of course. But like they meet each other and they start networking too while they're in there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Hey, can y'all go with me on one thing? Because
Yeah.
I didn't notice it until today when I was going through stuff. So, oh my gosh, sorry. In Rosie's request, what is it called? I fucked with a setting where, like, if I share my screen, it doesn't do it automatically, so I have to, like...
What?
Oh my gosh, that scares me so bad when you do...
I
Did you
want to give you a hug.
You've messed with his eyes, right? They look extra beady in that.
No, everybody just let's see if his eyes look weird.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So this is the what is it called? After Gull issues that stupid non-order, non-safekeeping, whatever, when she reaffirms DOC's authority to basically keep Alan where he is, and the doctors can basically decide what to do with him as long as he stays in DOC, which basically is like not at all what the defense requested. So this is his motion. Rosie files this motion to reconsider. I'll just read it really quick. It's short, but the end is really what I wanted to focus on. Comes now the defendant, Richard Allen, by counsel, respectfully requests the court reconsider the order entered on April 14th and further schedule a due process hearing in support of said motion. And remember, he already requested an emergency hearing that she has still continued to ignore. She
pushed off his bail hearing and then the safekeeping hearing while granting all of Nick's stuff.
Yep. Yeah. And so I guess, I mean, her justification is probably, well, the April 14th, whatchamacallit, non-order that she issued addressed the emergency motion, which is just not, it's just like very, very lame. But so he says he's, defendant Allen is currently incarcerated in DOC pursuant to the court order, safekeeping, blah, blah, blah. At no time prior to, and this is really where they start to like dig their heels into the safekeeping issue and the due process, glaring due process issues. At no time prior to the issuance of the November 3rd safekeeping order was there any evidentiary hearing to support the issuance of said order. Defendant Allen has been continuously incarcerated in the maximum security unit of Westville since then. During the course of his incarceration, defendant Allen has been subjected to oppressive conditions to the extent that he's been treated less favorably than other inmates, which we know is true. The emergency motion filed on April 5th requested that this honorable court schedule a hearing so as to allow defendant Allen to offer up evidence in support of his request. No hearing was afforded to defendant Allen. On April 14th, the court sua sponte issued an order for judgment of the court, essentially reinforcing the safekeeping order. So this is not what I meant to like highlight, but sua sponte, Judge Gull
on her own
has a sua sponte problem.
Yeah.
Where she sua sponte on her own, just like on her own, she's just like, I just feel like doing this thing that nobody has asked me to do. She totally exits her lane and her judicial authority and does things that are not appropriate. So sua sponte, she issues an order for the reinforcing the safekeeping hearing. Indiana Code holds that the court shall determine whether the inmate is and this is just the safekeeping statute again. All courts should be open. Every person for injury done to him, property, reputation, shall have remedy by due course of law. Justice shall be administered freely without purchase. There has been no showing either prior to the safekeeping order and or prior to the issuance of the order for judgment of the court, which supports blah, 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 blah. He still has not had a single fucking hearing. Defendant Allen further believes, okay, this part is really important, I think. Defendant Allen further believes that his Sixth Amendment right to counsel and corresponding rights under Article 1, Section 12 of the, of the Indiana Constitution have been violated for the following reasons. Defendant incorporates the allegations contained in the emergency motion. So everything I said in the emergency motion, all that, plus all of defendant Allen's movements, including his meetings with his attorneys, have been videotaped. This one. Information regarding his defendant Allen's medical and psychiatric condition may have been disclosed without his consent. We know that that's true. And this is in May 2023 that Rosie is raising this really, really serious issue. Oops. Defendant Allen's unable to discuss the merits of his case. He requests that the court set an evidentiary hearing in this matter and modify and or rescind the safekeeping. Okay, so that's in May. Like, can you imagine? Rosie's like losing his fucking mind. And on that same day, Judge Gold grants McClelland's request for video. Then the next day,
Yeah, she's like, here, take this video and prove him wrong. Like, get the DOC video and show that he's making this all up.
Yeah,
that's kind of what she's doing, because she's trying to help him.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So then May 4th, defense visits Rick again. Same shit. Rick had to sit in a chair at the center of the room, facing the window. He was filmed the whole time. The entire visit was videotaped by staff. Additionally, Rosie was prohibited from having his it was a wasted meeting, basically, because they kept them from bringing in what they needed. And okay, this is where I get really turned. So May 9th through 15th, we don't know the date, but we have like a range of when this occurred. So we've got Rosie is filing shit faster than I can even, like, my head is spinning. He's filing tort notices. He's filing emergency requests to transfer Rick. He's filing emergency requests for hearings. He's filing restraining orders. He's filing requests to reconsider. This man is filing everything that he can possibly file to protect his client and to get him out of the situation he's in, because now we're in May.
Well, also, he used to be a CO. Like, he knows that this stuff is not acceptable, and it's not supposed to be acceptable. He knows that this is not
appropriate. Do that for money? Wasn't it for money, though?
Not as much as the warden.
Oh.
Are you fucking insane, dude?
Oh my God. You always throw me off when you do that, because I always think that Venus here. Okay. So right after Rosie and Max visit, when their visit is filmed, Mr. Allen is locked securely in his cell. Prison guards appear to be removing handcuffs from him, presumably after transporting him back to his cell from some other location within the facility. They sure move this motherfucker around a lot, considering that he's like
in solitary, but he's they're taking him everywhere. Yeah.
Not supposed to be transported. They're moving him all over the fucking place. He's getting haircuts. He's being moved to undisclosed locations. For what? We don't know. And while it's difficult to tell, it appears Sergeant Jones may have been present during the incident. Either way, an unknown officer deploys his taser, striking Mr. Allen's hands. There's no safety threat being posed by Mr. Allen at this time. This was May 9th or 15th, which is interesting because Rick is psychotic at this time. Rick is psychotic. He's so unwell at this time that actually the warden had just 2 weeks before had removed the suicide companions and switched them back with guards because his behavior was bizarre. The same week that Rick's hands are tased for no fucking reason, the suicide companions are interviewed.
Well, he also said the warden changed his story about why he replaced the companions with guards. Last year it was for safety reasons, and this year he was saying it's because he didn't want them reading his legal paperwork.
His mail that he didn't even have, right?
Yeah.
The legal mail that they didn't even give him at that point. Right. Lots of lying happening. Lots of, I'm not really sure. Lots of, I don't have my notes. Lots of, it was either the end of 2022 or the beginning of 2020. Or yeah, either the end of 2023 or the beginning of I don't remember how they said it. But
oh, real quick, I remember what I was going to say a second ago. One of those forms that I was looking at earlier, trying to figure out the criteria and all that, one of the things that happens with a safekeeper is from the first intake to everything after that, at least once a month, the judge receives a report from the prison about the status, the behaviors, all this stuff. So when you were talking about just sua sponte on her own, in her mind, if she's getting these reports every month, she maybe in her mind she thinks that she has some sort of grasp on the situation, because they're supposed to notify the court at least once a month, but also like if there's another situation that arises, they can obviously contact the court. But because he's a pre-trial detainee, she has to do his transport orders. Everything is ultimately up to her. That's why they send the court a report at least once a month. So there's at least one person at this prison who is assigned to document his behaviors and all this stuff. We don't know who that person is. We know Harshman was listening to his stuff, and he's listening for, like, if you think you're listening, okay, let me know if he says anything of interest. He's listening for stuff. And so even if he says something that's not actually incriminating, if you're listening for something that could be considered that, you're going to confirmation bias a lot of it. So there's no telling what else he missed. Like, obviously, when they interviewed the guards were like, well, yeah, he said he was innocent too. Like, he's been asserting his innocence, but Harshman's not listening for that.
No.
He's listening to stuff that could be like whatever, but even his statements, even the ones he said were things, he kind of walked those back. He's like, well, I guess it wasn't really that specific. But yeah, she gets monthly reports on all of this. But just like that one you just read, he gets tased and they don't even file a report for use of force, because he's like, well, he said, I didn't think it struck him, so I don't have to file a report for using force if it didn't land, apparently. So who knows what they're withholding in their report? Yeah,
imagine if police officers didn't have to file reports when they fired their service weapon because it didn't actually hit anybody. Like, that's basically
exactly that's kind of, and that's what was so absurd about it. But there's no telling what else in this report they omitted.
Harshman, you better listen to me when you get on the stand.
I need the PNG for that Holman t-shirt.
I got you.
He's jacked though.
I need that.
That's Holman.
This is realistic.
Oh yeah, you can't see the screen. I'm doing a bit. She's talking about this one, guys. 99.99 only because
I need it.
Only because I couldn't put 100.
Yeah.
This is the highest it could go.
That's hilarious.
So, shit, what was I gonna?
Sorry, I didn't mean to throw you off, but like I keep wanting to know more about whatever report she's getting. And
when I want to know more,
the whole fucking shit. You don't know fucking anything. You're a fucking idiot, dude.
God.
Okay, sorry, Fiend, I'm done.
So actually DB might know. Actually, I don't know if he'd know.
Oh, what?
If you've checked, like how when they send these reports to Gull from the prison, is there a procedure for them to file it confidentially? Is that how Nick is getting this information?
Are you sure that they're even doing that?
Well, they're supposed to.
Right.
I would. Okay, if they're not, though, why is Gull not asking for it? Even if they're trying to drop the ball, is she just letting them off the hook?
She doesn't want none of that shit. She don't want that. She can't read all of this.
Well, I know
she's not going to ask for more work.
Yes, but she has to at least pretend like she is holding, like with Discovery, even when Nick wasn't turning it over, she still entered an order to like document it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, where is this report? And is she like, where is it being filed? Or is she doing it like she did at the November 22 hearing where she's like, well, we don't know. We're going to just give it to me and then it won't be sealed or confidential. It'll just be, she said it'll be my work product for now.
But it's not a statute thing, right? It's just like a best practice thing.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I can't figure out
it's not in the
she's allowed to do that.
Because the safekeeping statute is like bare bones, vague, stupid. The Indiana, at least, the Indiana safekeeping statute, like it's very vague. It basically leaves everything up to the judge.
Okay.
And that's fucking illegal.
Even if it's not against statute, if it's against policy, you can get written up. If you work in a prison and it's against policy, that's a problem. Like the state forum has a policy of there needs to be a report at least once a month on this man's behavior, the things that are going on. It's like at least monthly, and it's supposed to go to the court, but it does not say anything about, like, do they just email it? Do they call it in? And where, like, is it part of her work product at that point? Or is that something the prosecutor can, like, because there's, like, even with NCIC, they have non-law enforcement criminal justice, like the courts, they can access these databases. And, like, I don't know if it's a two-way street, but I know there's infrastructure to be able to send stuff back and forth, even if it's not a law enforcement agency. Like, in the event where you're needing to send stuff to a prosecutor or a judge for, like, bail hearings or probation, like that kind of stuff. Like, there's a bunch of different reasons where it would be set up, but if they're filing it through that kind of channel, is that how Nick would have been able to get access to this whole time?
Maybe.
Because his filings in the, his April 20th filing, it was
He
one
has
story.
access.
It was one story. There's 5 or 6, and it's just this and that. And the tablet's already broken. And it was a day after he got his legal paperwork. And then after that, he gets way more vague and not real. He's not making real declarative statements. Like, it's stuff that he can have both ways, I guess.
Yeah, because he realized very quickly, like, oh shit, when I run my mouth and tell on myself in motions, I can't go back on those. So maybe I should stop doing that. He tells on himself all the time. And oh my God, I don't know what I'm going to do about this. I have like a phantom key.
My @ key doesn't work. I figured that out earlier today. I had to look for a different keyboard because I couldn't type in all eyes at when I was trying to log in. I couldn't because the @ button just stopped working.
Oh, that's a bad one to not have.
No,
that's not ideal.
No, it wasn't. I spent a lot of time like troubleshooting the least productive ways to avoid having to go like look in the garage. I'm like, I know we have a bin of old keyboards here that I could use for
pull
now.
out like the Dell 2002 from like AOL.
I don't even know if it was compatible, but like I know we have old stuff, but I ended up just not signing in. I was like, I'll do this a different way. Like I was just pulling it up, like Googling my own stuff for the folder.
Oh my God, wouldn't it be? It's like you don't know what you got till it's gone.
Yeah, for sure.
So, okay, this document is, I think, the last thing I wanted to like stomp my feet about. So this is the memo in support of his motion to suppress. So this is from April 2024. This is when they're wanting to suppress Rick's statements made in all of his statements made in DOC. And I really like this because I am not a lawyer, but I have thoughts, and sometimes I share them and scream about them and tweet about them and stomp my feet about them. And one of the thoughts that I've had for months now is that Rick's statements are inadmissible for a lot of reasons. First of all, because of the fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine. I don't know how that would apply to safekeeping, but he shouldn't be there in the first place. It's illegal that he's there. So everything that comes out of his mouth while he's there should definitely not be admissible. But also the voluntariness of his statements
exactly
are, to me, like,
I don't think you should be allowed to use scissors unsupervised if you take the word of anybody who's been in solitary that long seriously. I think it's ridiculous that the prosecutor is even embarrassing himself to pretend like he takes him serious.
But
it's
goal
ridiculous.
is the scarier one because we've got, okay, so let me go through.
Agreed.
Actually, I want to go out of order for a second. I'm so sorry, y'all. This is what happened. Me and All Eyes get on and we're like, ding, 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 ding.
I know.
We're like,
sorry.
No, I
think we're both just like worked up about it. It's hard not to.
We're both worked up about a lot of the same things. This is like Christmas. Don't ever apologize ever. Fuck. Why can't I? Okay. I'm sorry. I did a cuss. So Judge Gulls. This is the worst order that, like, Judge Gull has done a lot of shit But the worst thing, in my opinion, that this judge has done throughout the entirety of this case is this. Nope. Fuck. Wrong one. Hold on. This one. Okay. This just makes my blood fucking boil. Am I sharing? No. Of course not. Of course not. Now I am. Okay.
Dorsal. Sorry, it just says comment. He cracks me up.
Okay. So, defendant oh, this is her nope. Fuck. What am I doing wrong?
Uh-oh. Is it do I have the wrong one linked? What are you looking for?
No. It's not you at all. You're so funny. I promise. This is me. Okay, here we go. I was trying to share. I was sharing the wrong tab.
Oh.
So it's just like,
I do that
your
all the
links
time.
are fine. Your links are stupendous, wonderful.
They're helpful,
And
right? You don't have to like dig it back up. It's just right
they're
there.
helpful. They're helpful. The understatement of the fucking century. They're helpful, right? Before that, we had like a skewed 200 pages on Judge Goal's GeoCities website or something of like a chunk of Anyway, very helpful. So, August 28th, 2024, Frangel, the Honorable, says, the court, having had this under advisement, having considered the witness's testimony, including Dr. Walla, the exhibits admitted into evidence, including the treatment hearing notes and all of the findings and everything, and the applicable statutes and law, now grants the state's request for ruling on admissibility. The statements given by defendant to Dr. Monica Walla are not privileged based on the exception noted in the statute. There's the bullshit statute. All statements given by defendant to Dr. Walla are admissible in the trial. Defendant's arguments to the contrary go to the weight the jury would give and not their admissibility. Okay, I'm going to keep going. Despite these deficiencies, the court has been able to determine that the statements given to the defendant's family members were voluntary, not coerced by any state action, and were not made under threats of violence or improper influence. Although defendant's clearly in custody, he initiated the communication with his family and was not subject to custodial interrogation when he spoke to his family. Further, the statements given by defendant to the correctional officers, inmate companions, warden, mental health professional, medical personnel, and ISP were unsolicited by any of those individuals and were voluntarily given without coercion or interrogation. The defendant has not shown that he suffered from psychological coercion by the state, which caused him to make these statements. To the contrary, the evidence shows he specifically sought out the warden by written communication he initiated and verbal statements he offered to guards, inmate companions, mental health professionals, and medical personnel. Does that sound like somebody in their right mind? Would
He didn't know what planet he was on.
Right. Would somebody in their right mind do this?
They told him, if you want to talk to the warden about an issue you're having, you have to request it in writing. And they're trying to turn that into something else entirely. But aside from that, even like they're twisting little things along the way and then stacking them all up as if they're all stacked up against him, as if it all happened that way when it didn't. But no, the fact that she can put that in an order as if that is not like it is. But I keep going back and forth. I'm like, these people either don't have that brain feature that tells us when to be embarrassed, or they have like a kink. Like they're just it's one or the other, because that is the it is so it's the wrong kind of old school. It's very backwards and arcane. It's not up to date with all of the data and the literature available to anybody in the civilized world who is trying to continue having it. It breaks my brain trying to understand how they are just they're resistant to common sense even. But even they're supposed to be educated, but they don't know shit apparently. They either don't know shit or they don't give a shit. It might be a little bit of both, but it's very that order. I thought I was gonna turn inside out when I read it.
It gets worse. So she's saying The defendant has failed to show any of these were the result of coercive interrogation by the state. Okay, this part is where this order is not going to survive any kind of scrutiny or appeal, or that they were the result of his pretrial detention. The totality of the circumstances were not intended to force confessions from the defendant. How the fuck do you know? You're not the state. You're the judge.
Solitary confinement is designed for that reason. That's why they use it.
If this is true, the defendant's pretrial detention is to protect him from harm. This is after she vacated his safekeeping order, by the way. So,
oh my God. That's right. I forgot about that. Oh my God.
The court is not persuaded that the detention caused the defendant to make incriminating statements. Okay. While the defendant does suffer from major depressive disorder and anxiety, I need to breathe before I read this. While the defendant does suffer from major depressive disorder and anxiety, those are not serious mental illnesses that prevent the defendant from making voluntary statements. Pause. Because clearly Judge Gohl was not present during the hours of testimony that occurred on July 31st, because we also know, and as it's very helpfully outlined in this memo in law of support, blah, 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 there's something very specific I wanted to highlight. Okay. Alan's attorneys have conducted depositions, watched video from Alan's cell, and other video from, I wanted to actually just like read this, if that's okay with y'all, because this is like the meat and taters of what I wanted to talk about tonight. All of that was built up to this. So, this is the memorandum of law in support of the defense wants to suppress all of his statements, basically. And this was filed in April of this year, about a month before trial presumably would have started. Okay, so safekeeping, bullshit. And then the record suggests that just prior to his transfer to Westville Correctional Unit, Alan may have made a brief stop at the Reception Diagnostic Center. This is central office, as they referred to it in the hearings, where some sort of intake procedure may have taken place, but does not appear he underwent any formal mental health assessment or testing to establish a baseline. From November 1st until November 1st, 2022 through December of 2023, Alan remained incarcerated in WCU. This is solitary confinement. Alan's attorneys are unaware of any other pretrial detainee that has ever been housed in the Westville Correctional Unit in the history of the facility, and most certainly not in the 5 or so years preceding his placement. Alan's attorneys have conducted depositions, watched video from his cell and other video within the prison, reviewed prison records regarding Alan's detention, reviewed Alan's medical and psychiatric records, and listened to audio interviews of prison inmates and guards conducted by law enforcement officials. Through this process, Alan's attorneys have learned that Alan has been accused of making incriminating statements to both inmates and guards. Nearly all of these statements appear to have occurred between mid-March 2023 and June 2023. During this time
when he had a broken tablet.
Yep. And notice that Rosie noticed that the confessions stop when they finally get their due process hearing, when the world sees that Rick Allen looks like a terminally ill cancer patient who's about to die. During this time frame, this is important, there also exists medical and psychiatric records suggesting that Alan was in a state of psychosis. See the attached report of the Treatment Review Committee hearing. This means that on April 14th, at least, if not earlier than April 14th, 2023, Richard Allen was diagnosably psychotic. The Treatment Review Committee, in their notes, noted
that's
that
why
Richard
I think
Allen,
something led up to that hearing, because there were records before the hearing and up in
of course,
the emergent,
well,
it was right before, I guess. Now it makes sense because the other things in 2024, it had to have been when Baston was talking about.
Well, yeah, his behavior was oh my God.
He was not in his right mind.
No. So leading up to that hearing is him finding God.
Everybody starts running into walls after they find God, right?
Right, exactly, clearly.
Face first.
Yes. He's put on suicide watch. He's making incriminating statements.
He's in suicide watch for his safekeeping, and we only took the companions off for his safety, but actually it was just for his legal work. And like they keep, it's this and that, and then this. But okay, maybe it was like, sorry, keep going.
Yeah.
I just
And then
hate all
Walla
this.
is saying, Walla's notes, I mean, she outlines exactly what was going on before that, and it's really, really, it's devastating. I don't feel right. His condition's poor, critical, deteriorating, suicidal ideation, delusions, death would bring relief. He's not sleeping. He's not eating. He feels hopeless. He's critical on the 12th. He's banging his head on his cell walls, and they had to involuntarily medicate him to keep him from self-harming. Grave disability. So the 13th of April is when Rick is consuming feces, and his behavior had reached grave disability. And I think that is when they decided that they needed to have the emergency hearing.
Yeah, but Nick said he was sleeping just fine, and he's eating now.
Yeah, well,
he didn't. Yeah, he's like, I don't know how he said that unless that's the only thing that makes me think he didn't have the actual records. Kind of like Fig didn't have the physical warrant or the PCA, but like he had the information. Somebody gave him the information, obviously. Like, I don't know who, but like it might not have been that he had to log into a computer. He probably just talked to someone and they told him.
I don't know. It's insane that he would even think that it would be a good idea to even allude to having knowledge of Rick's mental health. Anything. I mean, he is so dumb. He's so fucking stupid. He doesn't realize that if you're gonna do a civil rights violation, maybe don't tell the judge in writing in a motion that you're going to do a civil rights violation.
Well, they're not used to people asking them to show their work or following up or looking at anything they're doing. Kind of like Holman, he put a lot of stuff telling on himself in his own report even with the Turco stuff. But he at least had the sense not to turn it over in discovery. He split them up because at that time they knew they were going to get defense kicked off. But still, like, it was in his report. Like, he still documented it. And it's because they're used to just doing what they like. They ask for forgiveness instead of permission.
They're pros. They're professionals.
It's a pattern. Like, you don't just wake up one day and start doing this stuff, just like you don't wake up one day and do a double homicide. There are stages of escalation. There are patterns that if you get away with it once, it's like it's sanctioned. And if you keep doing it, it's policy. Like, that is just how it's their best practice. And it's bizarre that they don't see a problem with it.
They've been doing it forever and ever. So, okay. Alan's defense team learned he was not only detained in an isolation, but that prison officials chose to post inmates at his cell door, required them to keep logs. This appears to have occurred all hours of the day and continued over the course of much of his stay. These inmates, all of whom are felons, were not only actively engaged in surveilling his activities, but were also communicating with him from time to time. They learned that at some point in early April 2023, prison officials deliberately pulled the inmates from Alan's cell door and replaced them with prison guards. Alan's attorneys have learned that this appears to have been prompted by an inmate or inmates engaging Alan regarding his pending charges and communicating Alan's thoughts and words to the families of these inmates, thereby violating any sense of confidentiality that might exist within the walls of the penitentiary. Gallipo is deposed. He's useless. Most notably, I like this part a lot. Most notably, Alan's living circumstances within the prison appear to have been designed. And this part is giving them way too much credit. We know it was intentionally. Appeared to have been designed to expose him to some of the harshest conditions that even the most heinous of convicted offenders have not endured. This coercive environment was initially the product of Alan being detained in an observation cell used for convicted inmates with suicidal ideations. This single cell, located in A pod, is one of approximately 60 segregation cells, all containing felons convicted of crimes such as burglary, robbery, child molestation, and murder. Each and every one of these inmates had the ability to communicate with Alan by yelling at him all hours of the day and night, and by chastising him every time he was removed from his cell for purposes of recreation, shower, or other administrative reasons. Alan's attorneys have learned that he was referred to as baby killer and that he was the target of other similar accusations during his stay in the Westville Correctional Facility. And then statement of Michael Roberts is a corrections officer. Prison records reflect that Alan was placed on suicide watch during the majority of his stay, including upon his initial detention. So he's on suicide watch immediately.
Yes, but for his safety, but also because he might have made some statements. But like they go back and forth on why. Like obviously they put him in there because Holman wanted him watched 24/7.
100%. And while it's like, oh, because the nature of his charges, like, which was it? Which was it? Do you put anyway? Regardless,
They want it both ways.
Yes. And suicide watch occurred despite the fact that there were no underlying findings to suggest he was suicidal. This subjected him to even harsher circumstances than those other offenders on the unit, for example. And then they go into all of the things about his room and his cell that were just inhumane. He had no privileges, no recreation. In turn, further fostered an environment that led to the deterioration of his mental and physical health. In all, for nearly 13 months. And Westville Control Unit, Richard Allen was deprived of any social interaction with no privacy, limited rec time, and was left to entertain himself. Unfortunately, okay, they talk about his physical restriction of his movement with his shackles and chains and box cuffs, even during meetings with his attorneys, even to the extent of they won't allow him to get a drink of water. So anyone that says that he was not undergoing psychological coercion, if you're not even allowing someone freedom of movement or a glass of water to quench their thirst, that is psychological just as much as it's physical. That is...
You cannot confine another human being physically in using humane tactics. I keep trying to press this point, but like, it takes relentless fear and force to keep another human being confined and restrained. You can't do it in a humane way or a normal way. Like, it is coercive by design.
Yes, 100%.
And they're acting like he's not in because he's not in a interrogation room of the police department. This isn't coercive. It's so stupid.
Right. And it's worse, actually. He basically is in an interrogation room, except he's by himself. Like,
while people are harassing him around the clock and watching him and taunting him and telling him his family's calling and sticking him with needles and not telling him what he's getting, and he doesn't know where he is. Like, he is disoriented on every, like, emotionally, mentally, and physically disoriented.
Yes, 100%. And his weight, he dropped 40 pounds between November and April 2023.
Below 130 pounds.
Yeah, that's really bad.
That's like preteen girl size.
It's really bad. So we know he battled depression. He was not evaluated. Okay, this issue is whether the state violated his 5th, 6th Amendment rights and federal and state due process rights by holding him in solitary. Obviously, yeah. And then they go into... I don't want to go through all of that. Okay, and this is another thing that I think Judge Gold really fucking misses the boat on, especially in her order. Coercion is not the only issue that they're arguing here. They're arguing involuntariness. So you can... A coerced statement is involuntary, but all involuntary statements are not coerced. And that's what I think that is getting missed by a lot of legal opiners. Like, they didn't just argue coercion, they also argued involuntariness. And one of the where is it? I don't know.
He's also very confused. He's like, I confessed. They told me, like, and also they're pressing him. Did you do this? Did you do that? Like, whether it's the guards or the companions or the other inmates, they're constantly pressing him.
Right. Standard indicator.
Also, that reminds me real quick, the by design thing, even the warden said the only reason he got his tablet back was it was approximately 2 weeks before the safekeeping hearing, and he said that they gave him a new one for meeting behavior. It was either requirements or criteria. He said it was something like, quote, designed, end quote, by mental health. Like, he met some standard designed by mental health, and then he got his tablet back. Of course, it's according to the warden, so take it with a grain of salt.
Like, he met whatever, like, he met his behavioral contract and he got his tablet back or some bullshit, as if somebody...
Everything in the prison is by design. Like, it's a lockdown facility. It's all designed and intentional. Everything.
Yeah, and it's all punitive. It's all punitive, which is why a pretrial person doesn't belong there, especially a pretrial person who's severely mentally ill. Okay. The trial court's decision regarding admissibility is controlled by determining from the totality of the circumstances whether it was given voluntarily. Rather, okay, this is like Judge Gold does not fucking read anything. Like, what a
She really
waste.
doesn't. There's
What a
no way she
waste.
reads fucking anything.
What a
ever.
waste of good lawyering. What a waste of investigation. What a waste of a fucking trial. This is the biggest waste of anyone's time and energy and life in the history of the state of Indiana. This woman is a fucking loser. And they spell it out so clearly here all the way back in April. And she's like, oh, he wasn't under coercion. He wasn't being interrogated.
He was getting special treatment during this time, according to her.
Oh, sure. He's being treated great. The admissibility
More
of the
favorably.
confession is controlled by determining from the totality of the circumstances whether the statement was given voluntarily rather than induced through violence, threats, coercion, or other improper influence. Meaning, standard indicators for voluntariness include whether the confession was freely self-determined, the product of a rational intellect, and free will, without compulsion or inducement of any sort, and whether the accused's will was overborne. Here, Rick Allen's free will was overcome by the forces of his environment, all of which were placed upon him by the government and his actors. Richard Allen, a man with bona fide pre-existing mental health issues, was detained in an isolation cell, entirely isolated from any sense of meaningful human contact, and then offered up the most basic amenities of life through a cuff port. He was reduced to sleeping on a mattress that was placed on top of a steel plate. The same mattress he doubled as a dining table. Under the Indiana Constitution, the voluntariness of a confession must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. You're right. And in reviewing voluntariness, the courts look at the totality of the circumstances, reviewing all the evidence in record rather than focusing only on the evidence supporting the finding of voluntariness. Under the U.S. Constitution, the prosecution only has to prove by preponderance of the evidence that the confession was voluntary, as explained below. The state cannot meet its burden of showing voluntariness here, even applying the lower standard. The federal courts have a long history of regulating the admission of confessions that have been the product of state action that exploits the weak and the compromise through interrogatory and custodial processes. And then it goes through cases where this has already been decided. Judge Gould didn't even have to do anything because the court's already decided for her, except she went against all of the existing case law and precedent. Allen endured a long...
By the way, more than 15 days is considered torture, and he is like approaching 16, 17 months at this point. And she's like, he's being treated more favorably. They're being gentler with him. I believe their affidavits, despite the video. She doesn't read or watch any of the stuff.
No, she doesn't. Allen endured a longer, more sustained form of interrogation than the defendant in the case they cite above, one that lasted more than 5 months before he was finally broken. Already suffering from bona fide mental health disorder and then having been cut off from all of his moral support, he was weakened to the point where he slipped into a state of psychosis plagued with grossly disorganized, delusional, paranoid, and highly dysfunctional behavior. And this is from an independent neuropsych evaluation. These behaviors were manifest through verbal confessions that he may have been drugged. So this is paranoia. He's not eating. Okay, well, if he's psychotic and he's convinced he's being drugged, or maybe he's being drugged. Verbal confessions to the double homicide that are inconsistent with known facts, periods of not sleeping for days, paranoia, stripping off his clothes, drinking toilet water, covering himself with and eating his own feces, and many other socially unacceptable behaviors.
As people do when they find God, apparently.
Oh, sure. Yeah. A lot of people who find God forget how to behave in line with social norms. Like, it's so clearly, like, these are like the most common obvious symptoms of psychosis. And for
if you saw this in any other setting, like if this man was having this issue outside of prison walls, they would see it for what it is. But because he's got on a jumpsuit, they're just like, he's fine. He's probably faking it. He's anything but what is actually happening.
Right. Okay. And then it goes into all of the different ways that his confessions and statements were. Okay. Oh, also, okay, never mind. The 14th Amendment forbids fundamental unfairness in the use of evidence, whether true or false. Okay, this is my favorite part. I've already read this before, but this is literally my favorite part of anything that they've ever filed. As important as it is that persons who have committed crimes be convicted, there are considerations that transcend the question of guilt or innocence. Thus, in cases involving involuntary confessions, this court enforces the strongly felt attitude of our society that important human values are sacrificed where an agency of the government in the course of securing. Thus, in cases involving involuntary confessions, this court enforces the strongly felt attitude of our society that important human values are sacrificed where an agency of the government in the course of securing a conviction. Am I doing that? Rings a... Oh my God. What do I do about this? Rogue key.
Hang on, we gotta unplug DB and plug him back in.
Oh my God. Just like really interrupting my flow here. In the course of securing a conviction, rings a confession. That's Jerome. All eyes. That's definitely Jerome is in here fucking me up. Rings a confession out of an accused against his will. This insistence upon putting the government to the task of proving guilt by means other than inquisition was engendered by historical abuses, which are quite familiar. The truth or... Oh my God. Is that... Am I doing... I almost like it's so
I'm not
bad.
doing it.
I mean, it's obviously me, but it's so bad that part of me feels like it's DB fucking with me, even though I know it's not.
Oh yeah, it's your shadow button ban, whatever.
Yeah, probably. Fucking handling me. Where? Oh God. Okay. Anyway, the truth or falsity of Alan's statements are of no consequence. This was like some like defense daddy lawyering here, because knowing the caliber of consumer of these motions, we're going before Judge Gull, we're going before the state and McClellan, and we're going before all his little actors and trolls who are going to spin this every way they could possibly think of. For Rosie to just like fuck y'all and just like lawyer here, I feel like is really cool. He says the truth or falsity of Alan's statements are of no consequence to this analysis. Basically, it doesn't fucking matter if he literally confessed let's say he did provide details that only the killer would know. It's of no consequence to like the legal analysis here. He's been treated unlike any other pretrial detainee. The methodology employed by the justice system is one of first impression, and therefore the circumstances created by this methodology should not be part of any consideration of his guilt or innocence. The system of pretrial detention employed against him runs afoul of the 5th and 6th Amendments of the U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 14 of the Indiana Constitution, and it's for these reasons that any and all incriminating statements made by Alan while incarcerated should be suppressed. And Judge Gohl like read that beautiful piece of lawyering and went, eh.
Well, the thing that kills me the most about a lot of that is like one thing that like I've experienced it with like when I either post something, whether it's a video or like a community post, something like just information, hoping it will sink in at some point or plant a seed somewhere. But one of the things that people are not really getting is that these, like the due process, all of these things that Rosie is trying to spell out to a judge who should already know these things, there are rules and laws that are supposed to govern our behavior regardless of what an inmate has done or not done.
Right.
We still have rules that we abide by and follow, because it's like if you see someone physically harming someone else, are you like, wait, but are they guilty? No, like it is like it's either wrong or it's not. Like when it is a state actor doing things that are sanctioned by the state against someone who does not have the power of the state They're at the mercy of the state. Like he's trying to tell the judge and the prosecutor and the prison, it does not matter what he said. We are not upholding these laws and all these values and traditions that are well established. That is your job to safeguard. Like, hello, like he's trying to like, I mean, he might as well write it in crayon at this point because it's just not landing.
He's trying to appeal
but like
to her.
that
like,
side of this keeps getting lost because they act like he's just trying. People just turn around. They're like, well, of course he's going to say that. He's a defense attorney. Like, no, the judge and the prosecutor should also be saying these things. Like, these are laws. These are not things that we enforce on people that we don't like or that we believe. Like, we can't put this man on the trail after 1:30, but how can we put him on the trail in our hearts and in our minds? Like, they go to this weird place where like
in our hearts,
we're no longer bound by these rules and statutes that we are punishing this man for supposedly breaking. They're using that to justify why we don't have to abide by any kind of standards or morals or values. These people have badges. They are supposed to behave above these standards. They're supposed to surpass it. And they never stop telling us why it's not the prosecutor's burden. And the defendant hasn't like, Nick wants the defendant while he's in prison to solve this case or shut the fuck up. Like, that is the dumbest argument I've ever heard a prosecutor make, and he keeps making it. They're just, it's lost on these people. That was defense daddy motion, and it was just lost on this dipshit judge and the prosecutor.
It's waste, man. Like, these,
it is a waste.
I can't tell you, dude, when I try not to, but like sometimes I'll log on to Facebook and I will look at, it's like immediately as soon as I log in, the first thing I'm hit with is some like some low IQ subhuman bullshit about how these defense attorneys are so stupid. And I'm like, we're living in bizarro world where
they're like, oh, they're just believing anything the defense attorneys say while they believe anything the prosecutor says just because the prosecutor said it.
People that don't follow this case, that start to like peek behind the curtain of what's going on, they don't fucking believe it. Like, they think that we're lying when we talk about the shit that's going on and when we talk about how awful and how
that is literally how I started doing what I'm doing, because I just assumed they had the right guy. And I'm like, okay, this, like, I'm good at sorting shit out. I'm gonna sort this out real quick.
Sort it out for us.
It's like a year later, and I'm like, they've got the wrong fucking man.
Yeah, I understand less now. Right.
I'm like, this is not how things are done. What are these people doing? How have they gotten this far with basically innuendo and bluffs? Yeah. They have not proved this man committed any crime on any day, and he's been in prison for 2 years. When you look at it that way, it's terrifying that some small town county can do this while the world is watching, and it's so frustrating.
Yeah, I think that what's really, to me, what's really scary to think about, and like just even this week going back through everything that the defense already did in like December 2022, February, March, April 2022, leading up to when Alan slipped into psychosis. They saw it coming. Like, they tried to prevent it, and they tried to intervene.
And they tased him because they were acting like he was not cooperating. He's refusing. He's not in psychosis. He's refusing to eat. He's not in psychosis. He's refusing to sleep. He's not in psychosis. He's just running into the wall because he found God. Like,
which is why, like you said, they want it both ways. But unfortunately, it's almost like they're going to get what they ask for, because now all of his statements are admissible, which means all of his statements are admissible, which means everything that they have that he has said that's been nonsensical, nonlinear, inconsistent, psychotic, delusional, all of the things that he has said that just like clearly highlight.
But Nick is trying to undo that right now, because Rosie put in his filing about the shooting him in the back and the things that were inconsistent. He cited those things because they have access to discovery in this DOC footage, And they put Harshman on the stand and asked him about those statements. And he's like, oh, no, I didn't hear anything like that. Kind of like the warden was like, oh, no, I didn't hear those details either. Like, they
Yeah,
all, and
they're
even
listening.
Roland Purdy, they put him back on the stand and he undid his entire
What's
deposition.
wrong with that?
They got on the stand and
fucking,
lied to,
like
it was like,
spineless.
those hearings were basically a fixer situation. They
Yeah,
were trying to like fix all the stuff that now they have to answer for, except they're like, okay, well, I'll just amend my statement. When really what they did is they just got on that stand and they lied. They lied for each other and they've been lying to each other and they're lying to themselves if they think anybody's buying that dumb shit. But like, they're not, they're trying to take out the state, like Harshman's going to get amnesia since he's the one who's been listening to all this footage. They're going to try to act like he's the only one listening to it. And if he doesn't remember it, Rosie must have just imagined it.
As if
that's what they're going to try to do to get the crazy ones out.
Right. As if they don't, as if the defense doesn't have the same exact fucking evidence in DOC that the state has. And I think that Judge Gull is going to be sorry that she admitted all of this, because what that means is that on April 14th, the day that Judge Gull decided that Richard Allen should stay right where the fuck he's at, we're going to see video of Richard Allen engaging in psychotic self-harm behavior the day that Judge Gull said he's fine, the day that McClellan said he's doing great. We're going to see Richard Allen smearing himself in his bodily fluids and running into his cell walls and climbing up on his sink and drinking toilet water and making insane, delusional, incriminating statements that don't make any sense. That is all going to look really bad because Nick McClellan says he's fine and he's sleeping and he's eating again. He's actually doing great. He's really
he'll probably file another motion in limine though to keep it out like the juvenile. Like as soon as it becomes inconvenient, he'll ask to have it unadmitted, and Gull will be like, okay.
She'll be like, sure. So I don't think that Judge Gull, we already know that she does not view mental health conditions favorably. She also doesn't care. Like she clearly does not only does she think that mental health diagnoses are aggravating factors, she said as much. She
Which
also
is crazy.
It's really, really fucking crazy and concerning and alarming. She also, in her motion, outright, without even any shame about it, makes very clear how little respect and regard she has for mental health professionals. Because Wallace said for 8 hours in a hearing, this man is psychotic. This man is gravely disabled. This man is deteriorating. This man is critical. This man is psychotic. And Judge Gull said, he doesn't have a serious mental illness. He only has major depression, and that's not a serious mental illness, except she's not a fucking doctor.
Was that before or after she entered an order to clear Brad Holder in this? By the way, the same way the detectives did.
Oh yeah,
by
Judge
word
Gull
of mouth. Not through
she
any
really
police
did him a
work.
solid.
But was that before or after? I can't remember. I know
she
it was.
Cleared Brad Holder before she said that Richard Allen had no serious mental health conditions.
Well, of course. I mean, once you clear Holder, you can't say that the guy in custody is not the guy once you clear Holder. And I thought that is still to me insane, because it is also a very good demonstration of how Unified Command was clearing people, not through any police work, but just by taking each other's word for shit. Not because he was actually cleared through any investigation, but just because people with badges said he was.
They based their entire investigation. Think about how hopeless this sounds, okay? They based their entire investigation from week 1 on the timeline, the crime flow and timeline that was established by Jerry Holman's fucking imagination. That's it. He decided that the crime started and ended at this time. They didn't even look at cell phone data for later that night because the girls were already dead. Oh, and by the way, they scaled this hill down this ravine, which, by the way, no fucking way. Anyone who's been there, no fucking way. Then they crossed the creek in broad daylight in February. Nobody heard them. Nobody saw them. Like, that didn't fucking happen. There's no fucking way. And there's no evidence or proof to support that, except that Holman decided, I need to get these, or Liggett, or whoever the fuck, the
Well, he said investigators believe.
Right.
And that word, that phrase, investigators believe, that does so much heavy lifting with these judges. As long as an investigator believes it.
It's their intention, you know? Their intention is not to be...
Yeah, and because they have badges, their professional judgment is supposedly just higher than anybody else's, when all studies show that they are not any better, or like they're like, you might as well flip a coin, and how reliable their judgment is and their belief is a coin toss.
Yep. This is a really good point. So Peggy, this is again wanting it both ways. So either he was faking it and not mentally ill and malingering, and they were involuntarily administering incredibly powerful antipsychotic drugs to somebody who was malingering, or he was sick enough that he needed involuntary injections of Haldol. Like,
well,
you can't
apparently
have
it was
it
just the
both ways.
guards who said that. Like, when I was going through these to see where this malingering, who it was, the guards, there were certain guards who were interviewed, they thought he was malingering. They are the ones who were like spreading that word around that he was malingering.
Well, and Brad Rosie asked Walla during the hearing, because she was like, well,
she asked the guards about their behavior, and she was like, okay, there's concerns he's malingering because the guards said so.
Well, and Rosie says, okay,
in the door sheets or whatever.
He says there's tests, there's standardized clinical measures for malingering. Did you use any of those? And she's like, no, I don't have those. And he's like, oh, so just crayons and pencils then is basically how you made your assessment.
And asking the people watching him, who are the guards, and according to the door sheets, they put those in a box and she gets to look at those or something. That is about as thorough as she was with this. So, like, when I think about that, though, I'm like, okay, she's basing this on the word of the guards who are tasing him, who, of course, are not going to say he's acting funny after I tased him. They're going to say he's faking it.
Dr. Walla, and I said this, oops, sorry. I don't know if have you seen Silence of the Lambs, All Eyes?
No, I've not seen.
It's okay.
I can't ever sit through a movie.
You're pure and it's awful. It's a dark movie, but
I mean, I know the gist.
Yeah, the gist is that there is this serial killer, Hannibal Lecter. It's very interesting to me that they are dressing Rick up like Hannibal Lecter and parading him around all around like Hannibal Lecter for...
Well, it's the perception. That's the trial strategist.
What's interesting
it's the perception that matters.
As soon as we started hearing about Walla and really what, you know, her being in Facebook groups and her commenting on, and her having followed the case since before the arrest, and her having cage sessions with Rick, and her helping him, you know, getting his window replaced and doing all these nice things for Rick, and supporting him and looking at him fondly during the hearing and being like, Rick was very talkative that day. And he's like, oh, but these policies, you know, there's exceptions for inmates who are a danger. And Walla's like, not Rick. Okay. So Dr. Walla believes that she's Clarice Starling. She believes that she is Clarice Starling is the protagonist of Silence of the Lambs. She's a BAU, FBI, BAU forensic. She's like a protege or whatever, but she's basically a forensic psychologist, even though the BAU doesn't really have, I don't know if they have psychologists. Maybe they do. I don't know. Don't clap me for saying that. But so she's a forensic psychologist who's in the prison, and she's doing her whatever she's doing, and she meets Hannibal Lecter, and they have this mutual respect for one another. And she is, you know, flawed, but she's like strong, and she's like not like other girls, but she's also gonna like outsmart the genius psychopath Hannibal Lecter. That's Clarice Starling. So Dr. Walla believes that she's Clarice Starling. In my opinion, she's fucking Joseph Mengele. She's doing Nazi experiments on a man who's severely fucking ill, giving him books about the Holocaust, crayons and pencils, trying to basically, she's treating him like a lab rat. She thinks that she is the main character, and really what she is she's a piece of shit. She's a disgusting piece of shit who basically didn't treat Rick like a patient at any point. Rick was not an inmate to Walla. Centurion is a private healthcare it's a private fucking healthcare corporation that contracts with prisons for billions of dollars. They're licensed healthcare professionals that provide services to people, to patients that happen to be incarcerated. But for Dr. Walla to be talking about Rick as if he's an inmate, he's not an inmate to Dr. Walla. He's her patient. He is her patient and she works for him. And for her to at any point violate she basically built trust and rapport with Rick so that she could fuck him over. And that to me, like, Westville Correctional Facility just posted a job. They're looking for a psychologist. I would not be surprised if Walla never fucking worked again, and she shouldn't. She shouldn't. Like,
for a while, I went back and forth with her because I was just trying to, like, because, you know, we would learn a little bit and then we'd learn a little bit more. And then, and I would get all worked up and then I'd be like, okay, well, maybe, is she trying to help? Because everybody was like, oh, you could tell though, like,
oh, she's a sympathetic
it's not what
character.
she wants. And I'm like, but by the end of that night, I was like, I don't give a shit if she's the good guy or the bad guy. I don't, because I just, like, I care about, like, how do we put this man's brain back together? How do we get things back on track? How do we get the focus back on, like, we are all here, like, this is his trial for his, like, this is something he is entitled to. He is entitled to defend himself. He's entitled to basic human rights and human decency, concern, and one of our most treasured values, which is a presumption of innocence, where you cannot just accuse someone with innuendo and circumstantial dumb shit and bluffs and take them out of society and lock them up in a very small space and keep them confined for 2 years while the people in the civilized world argue over it. But then I got to a point where I'm like, she almost has, you know how when some people, like, if they see even like a D-list celebrity, they act like, oh my God, do you know that? You know, like I was reading more about it. Like, she went to the bridge with her, I don't know if it was her boyfriend or her husband, her significant other. She went to go visit and she's like she's walking around on some like TV set or something. Like, like, in her mind, there is almost like a celebrity factor. Like, oh my gosh, this man, like, he's on like national media and I'm treating, you know, like, there's like, she seems to have a bunch of different compartments that are all in conflict with each other. And like, that is, I guess, a human thing, but this is your job, lady. Like, you have a job to do, and if you cannot do it, get the fuck out of the way.
Think about how
it's kind of one of those things.
Like, can you imagine? Just like, I was thinking about this the other day. I was like, I'm on a walk with Boone. I was thinking about, like, the fact that Judge Walla followed this case so closely to the point where she visited the bridge before an arrest, right? She followed this case so closely. Can you imagine the fact that she was a Delphi fangirl and then the suspect gets arrested and, oh my God, is her patient? That's fucking terrifying to think about, because the fact, like, that Rosie could ask her, don't you think that your personal interest and public commentary in the case, even before his arrest and after he was your patient, don't you think that that's a conflict? And she's like, no. The fact that she couldn't even admit that was inappropriate, it just goes to show, like, she doesn't get it, or she doesn't care, but she is the main character, and this is an important.
Well, when people have like, the people who don't think they have bias, they do. Everybody does. Like, everybody should proceed as if they do have it. That should be a given, and our job should be to do our best to be aware of it and look for it and catch it, and, like, it's a conscious effort to, like, be mindful of it. And if you're saying you don't have any, then you're not going to be looking for it, and you're not going to excuse yourself when you should excuse yourself or set an appropriate boundary like a professional would do. Like, but the people who have that bias end up they're more like their perspective is even more distorted than someone who is at least willing to just like a normal person say, yeah, I have bias. This is what I struggle with. And so this is something that I have to like counter myself with. Like adults do these things where we all do stuff and there are ways to manage it and to deal with it and to balance it out. Except people who say they don't have it don't do any of that stuff.
They're the most dangerous because this is, I think we talked about this before, like having bias. Literally everybody has bias. Everybody has bias. And the question is not whether or not you are biased. The question is you are, but does your bias prevent you from seeing evidence and seeing things clearly enough where you can separate your bias from your behavior and your conduct and your decisions? And sometimes
bias isn't even bad, but people treat it as if it is, and so they don't want to admit it. Like I am biased towards a lot of stuff. I'm biased towards human rights organizations as opposed to human rights violators. Like there are like you should be like we should all be biased towards certain things and biased against other things. Like so the fact that people are saying I have no bias, that means you have no principles either. And so like they fundamentally misunderstand and then they don't recuse themselves or set appropriate boundaries because of that, because they're like lying to themselves, and then it does affect their judgment. But then like when they're in a position where it's up to them to decide, that's scary. It's terrifying.
You put somebody in a position, if you don't have the self-awareness and the integrity and the self, like it's like a humility thing. If you don't have the humility and the self-awareness to like examine your implicit bias, you have no business being in a position of authority over other humans and their lives and decision-making power. Like it's just terrifying.
I would love to be a prosecutor with like prosecuting a case against Holman or Nick, and I would love like because I have very deeply rooted positions on things. I would not be able to be impartial. Like I would be fine admitting that. Like the fact that these people are not okay just like saying what the obvious is what is so ridiculous to me. Like how are these grown ass adults acting? It's like those little kids when they're children, like when you have a little kid and you know that they like took a cookie or spilled something, you're like, did you do that? And they're like, no, I guess the boogeyman did it. You know, like, that's what they remind me of, except they're adults and they have badges and robes and they're acting like they just know. Like I have no idea. And I hate it when people pretend not to understand stuff.
The way they fucking lie, dude. The way they lie, the way Holman gets up there. He's like a petulant toddler.
He is.
Okay.
He is. His statements are so petty. I'm like, okay, you're done, dude. Like, I got your number. Like, you are not an honest actor in this. I cannot take that man seriously. He's not a good faith actor. He has no integrity. And when he talks, I'm like,
dude. I think about sometimes like if I end up going to the trial, which
you could not pay me to go. I'd be I don't even want to drive through that town. Like they would come out. They would arrest me for some dumb shit.
They're not gonna do shit.
They'd be like,
they do not want. Please, they don't want to arrest you.
Feelings.
You're the last thing they want in there. They don't want you inside the walls of their facility. Are you kidding me? You'd be in there with your notebook and you'd be taking notes and you'd be auditing like all of their. They don't want you anywhere near that shit.
Kicked out so fast because if they said
stuff,
I'd be like, okay. Like I don't.
They'd be like, just get out of this. Get out of Indiana. Just don't come back. Promise you won't come back, and you're fine.
I would not be able to behave. I would not be able to control my reactions to the dumb shit. I just would not.
You'd just be negging and roasting them like it's impossible not to.
But see, I know that about myself. Like, why don't they know these things about themselves?
You've done the work, and you're like, you know what? I'm biased against dumb shit. Yeah, dumb shit. So this case, I just want to show. So Centurion, the organization that the for-profit healthcare company that Dr. Walla works for, on their main Facebook and Instagram and social media and website page, they have, and I played it the other day, but then they clapped me. They copyrighted me, so I'm not going to play it again. But literally Centurion copyrighted me. But
ridiculous.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. They're like more money than God. So this case is actually listed in one of their little infographics. It talks about like what are the rights of mentally ill in patients in like custody. And it's like, did you know that under Estelle v. Gamble, the United States held that to neglect and withhold treatment from severe, mentally ill prisoners constitutes cruel and unusual punishment and it's a violation of their constitutional rights? Interesting. So this is really fucking old. And Travis, if you're in here, I'm sorry, I'm sharing something so old. And I know that this case has been like appealed and there's been like so many but I just want to read this article. Considers whether imprisonment of the physically fragile offender for whom incarceration may mean agony and possible death. Okay, that's not what I wanted. Okay, in Estelle v. Gamble, the 5th District Court held that deliberate indifference to the serious medical needs of inmates constitutes unnecessary and wanton infliction of pain. So that's all I wanted you to read. The rest of it goes on to talk about, anyway, regardless. So basically,
that gets back to, they frame it in a way that people view it as, does this person deserve this treatment, as opposed to how, like, these are rules and things that are supposed to govern our behavior.
Right.
But like they spin it and they're like, well, but he deserved it, and so like, we get off the hook kind of stuff. And it's backwards to me, at least to me.
Well, and I think it goes to show too, like
you cannot treat people a certain way just because you think they deserve it. Like there should be standards to our behavior.
I just mean like in terms of, okay, Dr. Walla was his medical professional. Like, she's a medical professional. She took an oath, and deliberate indifference. So I feel like what DOC has done is they basically, their argument is, we didn't do anything to him. We just kind of sat back and we let his psychosis, basically, they sat back and they allowed.
Well, they tried to say he was faking it too.
Which again, you can't say.
They go back and forth. They keep having it
and
both ways.
Also be giving him involuntary injections of Haldol.
Yes,
he's
but
not
they don't.
It if you're, yeah,
they're trying to have it both ways, basically.
Exactly, and it doesn't matter if. So one of Walla's, much like everybody who gets on the stand in this case, they hide behind, it's out of my hands. I don't like it, but it's the policy. I don't like it if oh God, I wish I could do something about it. Oh yeah. Gosh.
Oh, my hands are tied. I'm in charge of everything, but my hands are tied.
That's just the system. It's bigger than me. So
well, yeah, if you keep perpetuating it, it sure is. Like 100%. That's how it works. Like, you don't have to keep, like, you can.
Well, and at some point, if you don't interrupt it, you're not just
they break policy all the time, and they're like, no big deal, I'm not responsible. So like, when it would actually help someone, they can't all of a sudden.
Well, and it goes even it goes even beyond that, because Walla claimed that certain decisions were not hers to make, and the reality is that they were 100% her decisions to make. Now, whether she didn't have the authority in, like, so inception versus implementation, maybe technically on paper, like, you're responsible, but if they don't actually implement that policy, then maybe your hands are tied. But yeah, we're going to talk about Centurion in a second. But, and I got on here, I was like, I'm going to do a short live. I'm going to keep it under an hour. Why do I don't even know why.
I do that all the time. And then it's like 3 hours later, I'm like, how am I still rambling?
Why do we even, who cares? So basically, either like Walla's ignorance to her role, right? Either she didn't understand her role and her authority. She didn't know. She didn't have the awareness or the knowledge of it, or she was negligent. Either way, though, like, her ignorance is not a justification. Her deliberate, and Travis, I'm glad you're here. So deliberate indifference.
Okay, but who hired her? Like, why are we hiring this kind of person who we can't
Because
even
nobody wants to do
tell.
this job, bro. Like, think about it. Can you like, oh my
It's
God,
terrifying.
nobody wants to do this kind of job because that it's
I mean,
so
what's frustrating to me is like, I mean, I'm obviously not in that field, but like, those are like, I don't think I'm alone in this, but like, I kind of gravitate towards like, okay, see it, like, where's our need? I'd rather do it somewhere it's needed, because sure, like, I could either wait in line to go do like the fun stuff, or like, I don't know, like, I feel worse knowing there's stuff like that out there that needs someone to just like be normal in that position, or like handle it, like just to treat people like they're human beings, that kind of stuff. Like, why? I it I guess it breaks my brain a little that there would be so few people, because most people get into this industry to be helpful and stuff. I guess granted, it's probably the environment, not necessarily the work itself. Maybe
yeah.
that's probably the problem.
I
Because
think
that I
that
can understand, but God, still.
so I can only speak to God.
I mean, I get it's not a dream job, but like,
Well,
you know, like I would hope somebody who's like in their like getting started, like when they're still pretty idealistic, you would hope like at least those people would gravitate towards it.
so I know that
Someone
in
keep-
like my, again, not speaking in my official capacity, don't come for me, don't report me, but like as in my own personal role, I know that like, so I worked for the police department for about 5 years, and I was doing like law enforcement social work, and that's kind of like an oxymoron, social workers and police
right.
officers. But I think that you have to know going into jobs like that, yeah, that like we were talking about, like biases. Okay, I need to know my limitations. Like I did child welfare for 2.5 years, and I was told by like supervisors and people that I trust and people that I look to this is like mentors, they're like, don't do it for more than 2 years. Don't do it for more than 2 years. Like if you do it for more than 2 years, you're going to get like jaded. You're going to, and not to say that people can't do that for more than 2 years, but like to really protect your
My mom should have retired about 10 years, but she was the type though, she couldn't like, she was like, well, who else is going to do it though? Like, what
if
if I
not me,
don't?
who?
Like, like she was
Love
afraid
that.
to like leave, because she's like, okay, well, then this county is going to be like, these kids are going to be at that county's mercy. So absolutely not. Like, I mean, we begged her to, because we're like, I mean, you should not stay in that for too long. But like, I
Yeah.
guess certain people, my mom is stubborn enough to do that.
Oh, 100. Well, and I think that too, like it depends on like a million factors. I was brand
It's a
baby new.
lot.
I was brand baby new. Like I didn't know what I was doing, and I didn't have like the supervision, the experience, the grit, the wherewithal, like someone like your mom probably with all her experience does.
Well, she was already comfortable telling, like, she's not intimidated by badges and that kind of stuff.
You can't be. You can't
You
be. And I think
cannot be. You have to be able to like hold your own, and that comes with years of experience for sure.
so not to like, which by the way, I will also say, somebody with a parent who did that work for so long, you obviously, it's like a special kind of person that can do it for that long. And then often the family members are very like sacrificial, because it just sounds like your mom is the kind of person who would have a hard time walking away, even when like her time was done. Like she did her time and it was time to go, and she
should have retired at least like 5 to 7 years ago. She's still doing it. My grandmother was that way too.
She fell over if she could.
Yeah, she probably will. And that's just how, like, some people are like that. And like we always joke, like, oh, it'd be so fun to just like have a normal everything, like just a little break. But like when we get breaks, we're miserable.
Yeah.
We can't even relax.
No, we can't. This is probably why you and I are sitting here doing what we're doing right now.
exactly.
Anyway, moving on. So Travis says, Estelle says negligence is not. This is why I'm so glad you're here, Travis, because I was reading about this earlier and I was thinking like, damn, like, how do you prove that? Well, I think if we go to,
Isn't there a felony statute for stuff you can't prove? Isn't that what the prosecutor did? Like, well, maybe if your actions, they don't have to be willful, but if they did end up leading
if they
to
make
a
me
problem,
look bad,
like they're able to
basically.
do that for murder, even if the person didn't actually kill someone, but like they can't.
Oh no, where'd she go? There she is. Oh my God.
That shit drives me crazy.
There she is. I didn't even mean to pin that one.
That's funny.
Okay, so Travis, Travis said, Estelle says that negligence is not enough. It has to be willful and intentional indifference. Like suicidal ideation is expressed and no measures are taken, which is why prisons take that seriously. 100%. So Travis, if you're here still, which I hope you are, I want to switch over to... Am I not even sharing? I'm never sharing when I want to be sharing. Okay, so per Walla's own notes, Rick began expressing his psychological distress as early as March. She notes on the 4th that he's poor critical deteriorating. He's having suicidal ideation, delusions, death would bring relief, insomnia, poor appetite. 412, he's more critical. He's banging his head. He's engaging in self-harm. 413, grave disability. They start involuntarily medicating him. Disjointed thoughts. Things are going downhill. I want to confess. Disorganized thinking is accelerating. So this is a month after they have a hearing as to whether or not his setting was appropriate. A month after they decided that he's great just where he is, his disorganized thinking is accelerating. This is probably goes without saying. That's the opposite of what is supposed to happen when you begin to treat somebody who's in psychosis. You're supposed to stabilize them. He's in a vegetative state of depression, psychotic reaction to stress. In June, his depression is at his peak. So he confides in her in March that he's starting to go downhill. And she does nothing. She did not intervene. She dialed the phone for him to call his wife. Like, that's that. I can't think of anything more deliberately indifferent than keeping him. She said, he met the criteria for severe mental illness. He absolutely met the criteria to be transferred to for either a forensic psych hospital or another DOC facility that was equipped for severely mentally ill patients. At the very least, take him out of solitary. At the very least, they should have removed him from solitary confinement. And for March, April, May, June, 3 months of not just watching him like be sick. She watched him and she noted, like she took very good notes, even though she shredded them. At least the notes that remain were very detailed about how poorly he was doing, and she chronologically lays out his deterioration. And I understand that like you're only one, but like you are.
He was the only safekeeper at the time, though. Like that is a different category. And
when she said that they made the decision that safekeeping should trump the IPAS settlement agreements, the DOC policies, the Indiana statutes about like all.
Even if it doesn't keep him safe, as long as Liggett doesn't have to drive him back and forth. Like I would have driven this man in my car, it would have been fine.
if they had moved
And
him,
they're acting like they need all this manpower just to drive him to the hearing and back.
well, if they had, if you think about like the timeline of this, if they had moved Rick out of Westville at the time they had the hearing, and it would have been appropriate for them to do so, they would have maybe had 2 confessions versus 61 confessions.
Mhm.
So they're keeping him in DOC in the exact hell. Their indifference, they were torturing him. Like I can't even go down that road again, because every time I talk about it, like if you've not seen a person in psychosis, if you've not seen a person in a vegetative state of depression, I'm certain that there are people here that have. You can't watch and be indifferent. You can't. And
It's like when you hear like a baby crying, like you can't just be indifferent. Like you're like, there are instincts like in our DNA, like we are designed to
biologically
respond a certain way to those noises. Like that is just like we have reactions to it.
You have to be a real
And
fucking
so
jaded.
you have to
You
be
have to-
desensitized or detached. And that's not
Yes.
if like that is something people have to be like, you cannot go into that job unless you know going in, once I recognize these symptoms like detachment, disassociation, indifference, those kinds of things, it is time to move on. If you cannot be so that someone who is not experiencing those things can do the job, because we create these positions because someone has to do it. And if you're not able to, let's get someone else who can, and let's make that environment a more productive, let's make it easier for them to do their job well, because that actually lowers, like that makes a safer environment for everyone. So for them to act like all these things that actually exacerbate problems in prisons, like it's so dumb. Like I understand a lot of these people, like there are some people who have done really horrific things. I understand that there are some people that are just not real cooperative, but the overwhelming majority of the population, like if they're in there for a drug offense, but it was just for drug use, they're like, they have to become violent in order to survive that environment. That's not normal. And it's just, it drives me crazy that if they cannot, I don't understand the indifference with her. Like, I don't care if she meant well and had good like intentions, are not enough.
I
Like,
have my theory.
this is a professional position, regardless of whether you have sympathies or not. Like, I don't care how you feel about it, as long as you can conduct yourself to the statutes and the policies and all the things that this job requires. Like, that's the job. We're not hiring people. Like, we don't vibe check people to do these positions. We list criteria for them to meet, to say yes. Can you do these job duties or not? Like, even in a war zone, they treat people regardless of combatant status. Like, doctors treat patients based on their diagnosis, not their combatant status. They're supposed to be treating people based on the need and the diagnosis, not their, whether or not they're employed, whether or not they have insurance, whether or not it's a war. Like, you treat them according to the rules of medicine and all of their oaths, period, end of story. You're not like, okay, well, that person did something, so I wasn't going to, they deserved me not responding. Like, in a medical environment, people can understand it for what it is, but you take the doctor and the patient out of society and put them in a prison, and all of a sudden all bets are off.
Yeah. Well, and that's why I think that there is I don't want to be like, actually, so when I played this the other day, and I'm going to get shit for it, but I don't care. So I probably even, why isn't let me, oh, here it is. Okay. What would I do? That's ridiculous. It doesn't even make sense. Okay. Where? Here it is. I guess I can't. Motherfucker. Okay, I'm gonna do it this way. Sorry. All of this for some like petty bullshit that I'm about to show. But when I saw the footage, here we go. Of Dr. Walla after the hearing. And she is literally, she's chatting, she's laughing, she's hamming it up with cops.
She's like, I'm gonna put this on Instagram later.
She's a cop. Dr. Wall is not a doctor. She's a cop. She is an agent of the state of Indiana. And goddamn, she did a really good job for them. She did great. She is the best cop. She has done more police work for the state of Indiana in their case against Rick Allen, than any of the investigators. She is MVP. Promote her to lieutenant. Goddamn. Like, she's not a fucking doctor. I'm not a cop fan.
I mean,
I co-responded. I had to train them on how to be like human and like not assholes when they pull over a DV victim and they're like, "We're gonna arrest you," and I'm like, "Maybe don't." Anyway,
I will. There are some like I feel like it's very few and far between, but like I know it takes a while for planted seeds to grow, but there's got to be better mechanisms in place for like the fact that we, like, if you have a drug addiction, treating it with prison is, I know some people say, well, I would have never got clean if it wasn't for that. Well, a whole bunch of other people, a lot more people do get clean because of like it is, you treat drug addiction is it requires medical solutions, and we treat it with punitive fines and things that make it harder for people to get a job later.
You know
and
how
then we
people
wonder why they go back to it. And like there's a lot of stuff that's just counterproductive, counterintuitive, and a lot of these policies. And it's frustrating it's like watching a train wreck. Like you can see, like you're yelling for them. Look, kind of like that assassination footage where those people that are watching from across the street, they're like trying to flag down the Secret Service. And they're like, over here, he's climbing the roof. And they're too far away. They can't hear the screams. Like that's what it's like watching something that you can see, you don't have the power to do anything about, but the people you're trying to get their attention who do have the power to do it, they either don't hear you, and then the ones who do hear you say, oh, sorry, my hands are tied. It's just the system, you know. They don't like to ruffle feathers.
See, I don't believe that someone like Dr. Walla, like, I don't know. I only know from my own experience, and I shouldn't be passing judgment, but when it comes to this shit, like I am so disgusted by so many things that she's done that we know about.
For sure.
Like, I'm sorry, you have no business being in, and it's not even like she's like a psychologist seeing like people who are out in the world with their free will. She's seeing arguably the most vulnerable patients because they have zero autonomy. They're in the harshest, most like psychologically distressing environment. It's not like they have the comforts of home and their support systems. Like she's all it's really sick. It's like I'm trying to like be really careful, but it just goes to show that sometimes the sickest people become doctors. That's all I'll say. Like, just because you're a psychologist doesn't mean that you're not immune to some really fucked up personality traits. And
Yeah.
I can't
there's
imagine. Yeah.
I think it was the day of the hearing where we were just getting like notes from people coming out, but I called my mom. It was like, I was asking some questions and just trying to get some perspective and some context. And one of the things, I don't want to butcher it, but she said that people who've been doing this for like 10 years might not see it, but people who've been doing it for 20 are fed up with it, and people who've been doing it even longer can see it a mile away. But there are some people who are a little more old school, or they were taught, like they came up when they were going to school, their professors and their supervisors were old school. And there is a disconnect sometimes where they update their language and the terms, like, the DSM, it updates, you call it, like
Yep.
some people used to say Asperger's. Well, now they've updated, like there's certain things that are no longer a classification and it's called something else now. And so sometimes she says that people in this field will update their language, but not their treatment. And so then there are situations where the patient's behavior and the language the doctor's using are not adding up. And it's really hard to untangle it because they're saying, kind of like those crazy nurses who do stuff to patients and then they like code blue and they're like, what happened? They're like, I don't know. Like, I gave them the normal medicine, but you didn't. Like, I know it's not the same, but like in effect, they're saying one thing and doing another, and then feigning ignorance when there's a problem. And she said some of them are just not aware because there's a disconnect, even just in the like every generation after the next of new students and then new people entering the field. Like each one, that every year there are some people who know a little bit more or a little bit less than the others just because of the nature of things. But like, I don't know how old Walla is or how long she's been doing it, but there are also a lot of people who go into this field because they pick those classes in college because they want to understand what's going on with themselves. They think it'll help themselves better understand themselves or fix themselves. And then it's one of those, sometimes victims become victimizers. Like there's also a mix of those kind of people, and it's really hard. She was like, all therapists need a therapist.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's just
100%.
like,
No, but
it's kind of
literally.
like with cops. Like when you call 911, you don't know if they're going to send a good apple or a bad apple. And it's kind of like, when people ask me how I feel about cops, I tell them the same way I feel about nurses and teachers and judges. Like, I love the good ones. I have a problem with the bad ones because they have a lot of positions, or they have a lot of power, they have a lot of influence, and they affect the very real lives of other people, and those other people are at their mercy.
Yeah.
So like if they're just getting into it to fix themselves or for other reasons, like that's fine. But like if you can't do the only thing I care about is if they cannot meet their burdens, their obligations, maybe go find fulfillment in a similar but a different field. Maybe it's frustrating.
Like, I think that I stereotype all the time. I try not to, particularly with law enforcement, but I think that you get the best and worst, right? I think that anytime you're dealing with corrections or law enforcement, but certainly corrections, you get either people who are just weak and insecure, who need to assert dominance and power and control over other people, or you get people who genuinely, legitimately want to improve the system and improve lives. Now, it's hard because I'm super fucking jaded. I just tend to believe that the former kind of trumps the latter, because it really only takes with bad apple to spoil the bunch. But like when you're dealing with you, first of all, you should not have a job in a facility with people if you don't see them as people. I just don't think you should.
There's a lot of like us versus them mentality. There's a lot of otherizing people. Like cops get real butthurt when they're like, oh, people are being so mean to us, but the way they speak about civilians is not.
They hate the public.
Yeah,
they fucking hate the public. Like you're not like, public servants. You hate us.
Like even a records request, they act like it's some sort of like personal disrespect or something. Like again, hashtag not all cops or whatever.
Oh, like absolutely.
But like in my experience, the good ones don't like the bad ones either. So when you cover, like when you make excuses for the bad ones, like that makes it a lot harder for the one, like the good ones get run off real quick because they get fed up or demoralized because
demoted.
A lot of times they're outnumbered.
They're demoted. They're retaliated against. They get intimidated.
Yeah.
They get threatened.
They're like, oh, I thought we were doing good stuff, and then when they do it, they don't get.
Yeah, they didn't read the handbook.
React like Holman when he got mad at someone, like, how the fuck did they get this? Talking about the discovery, he's like, how the fuck did they get this discovery?
He's like,
so
how the
mad.
fuck did they not have it? You motherfucking you dirt. Like,
well, that's because one among you was trying to follow the law while you were trying to break it. That's how.
Well, what sucks about this case is that up is down, right is wrong, good is bad, and there's so much gaslighting on such a wide, like a broad spectrum of gaslighting. And I hate to use that word because it's like so overused, but it's a really good word. Like it's a really good word, and it's actually
it does apply.
It's exactly what's happening here, where just like. So the term gaslight comes from like, I think it's from like the 30s or 40s. It's like an old like noir movie literally called Gaslight, where like this woman's abusive husband is like fucking with her psychologically. And one of the ways he does that is that he turns on like the gas light, and she's like, the gaslight's on. He like fucks with her in that. Literally when you're seeing something with your eyes and you're experiencing it firsthand and somebody is telling you, no, you're wrong. That's not what you saw. And then it really makes you crazy. So
that's what happens to inmates in solitary and over extensive interrogations. They start doubting their own memory for the same reason that people in abusive relationships, they get to a point where they no longer trust their own memory, and they're like, okay, maybe I'm the problem. And then sometimes if they fight back just out of like, because that's what, like, it's human nature to try to like fight back, like fight or flight, like if they fight back and is effective, then the person will use that against them and be like, well, you're contributing to, I'm not doing this by myself. And they're like, oh my gosh, I'm, like, I guess we're both crazy. And then they start, but then like, depending on the person, they start doubting their own judgment, their own memory, their own eyes, their own thoughts. Because when Holman is sitting there telling you, the prosecutor thinks you did it. These experts are telling us you did it. Nobody believes you. This is bullshit. As far as I'm concerned,
it's science, man.
Yeah. And so like that's how this, he went in thinking he's going to get his car. By the end of it, Holman's throwing a hissy fit and he's like, you're under arrest, because he couldn't break him. So he takes him into custody because he has no more tricks up his sleeve and he's just mad. So he's like, fuck you, you're arrested then. Like, he's just like, you can tell he just got like his emotions, he lost control of his emotions. And he's like, because they did not have any evidence at the time of taking him into custody that they didn't have before. They had all the same information. He denied everything for 2 hours again. He continued denying it, and they did not get any new reports in that day. There was nothing changed from when they were letting him walk around and play phone tag with him to come pick up his car and get his shit back to the moment he was under arrest. So this clearly Holman lost his shit. And then from that point on, though, he's in custody and he is in handcuffs and he has no more say. He's having to beg the court for the mercy, because he did tell them, I want to get my own attorney, but he had no idea. And then at the time he wrote the letter, he's like, I did say it on the 28th that I wanted an attorney, but like within a day, he's begging for the court's mercy. And I think he thought, okay, I need to get someone who's not part of the state, because I need a grown-up to come in here and clear all this up. This you know, like I thought I could talk to this dude. He lost his shit. He was screaming, cussing
Can
at
you
me, talking about
imagine?
my wife. And he was hoping to make a phone call to someone who could fix this. Maybe someone from the outside can come in. And when that
Can you
didn't go well,
imagine
he's like, well, I need an attorney then.
if he
But
did accept public defenders? He would have gotten Pat Manahan.
well, it is
That's
the
terrifying.
only silver lining in all of that
Yeah.
is the fact that he got these attorneys.
Yep.
But can you imagine those people in Carroll County who don't, the ones who are stuck with the ones who show up? It's
Yeah.
terrifying.
Well, yeah, they're literally,
They're teeing them up.
they are.
Because
And-
why else
and-
would you pick a former defense attorney over an experienced prosecutor? Like all these commissioners were like, we want the defense attorney, because the way they speak about defense attorneys is if they go to special defense attorney, like, okay, you get to lie to these people, think that defense attorneys can just lie to the court and lie to anybody and lie to everybody as if that's a thing that's just allowed to happen and there's no rules for, you know, they talk so much shit about them, but then that they pick the defense attorney over the prosecutor when it comes time to like appoint someone until the next election, like the interim or whatever, because Ives resigned and now they're doing the same thing with Shane. But still,
God.
like, you know, it's just the only reason a bunch of cops would be like, okay, we want the defense attorney in this position is because that one has been teeing them up for them for quite some time.
Right.
It's crazy. It's scary.
It is crazy. It was just like standard operating procedures there. And somebody said something to me the other day, as my friend Lead with Love, but she said something, obviously, like there's not any pro-state people watching this, I would hope, except for like one, and we know, you know, fake
Maybe
FBI
some fence
agent.
sitters.
Yeah, just my fake FBI agent. But aside from that, there's nobody else watching this, so I don't care about saying this. But like,
Yes, I have federal colleagues watching.
perfect, I love it. Yeah, she said they literally found the one innocent man in that county and arrested him. And it's like, I thought about, you think about that, like,
Well, the
obviously I've never
craziest
met
thing
him,
to
but-
me, to even just, I mean, probably not the craziest, but maybe the dumbest part about all of this is for the state's theory to agree to their theory about all this, you would have to also agree that law enforcement for 5 years and 7 months had no clue what happened to these girls until the assistant manager at CVS in Delphi showed up and explained it to them, and then explained it to all these prison snitches who reported back. Like, until this man showed up and explained it to them, according to them, even though he showed up and denied like, he's like, oh, like he could tell, like, oh shit, they are probably what all the other people, the initial, like in the early days, all those POIs probably thought the same thing, but like, it's, their theory would require accepting that all those press conferences and stuff were actually not 3D chess or some sort of law enforcement technique. It was them bluffing
to the killer
and bullshitting
to
because
the killer.
they had like, if this man is the guy, like they had they had been investigating for 7 years and didn't have a fucking clue that this person was working across the street from them. Like, you can see CVS from the sheriff's, like you walk out the sheriff's department and you can see CVS. You walk out CVS, you can see the sheriff's department. They're across the street from each other. They are getting their medication from this man. Like, he is refilling everybody's Meemaw's blood pressure medicine. And
literally giving
and until he
people their
shows up, they don't have, like, this case was not solved until he showed up and explained it to them, even though he didn't explain anything to them. And he's saying stuff that is closer along the lines to what Holman was trying to convince him of, while bluffing and trying to berate him into confessing in this interview, where he's like, he's like, I wasn't on video either. That's not my bullet either. Like, he kept, like, he was very sarcastic. Like, dude, mine's not either. Like, what fuck you. Like,
Can you
know?
imagine? Like, sometimes I think about, I don't think that I don't know. I think about, like, am I going to go for trial at all? And then I think about, if I do, I have a hard enough time watching trials, like when it's the state's turn to present evidence. It's so hard for me to watch that because of how, like, it's
like watching Mean Girls in high school try to convince, like, certain people, oh, don't talk to them because I heard they did this and that. You know, like, they're trying to convince the jury to not be friends with someone they don't like.
like,
Has nothing to do with
not
what actually
over here.
happened or what's important. Like, when I listen to Nick and all those videos and stuff, I'm like, this is, like, it's very immature. His reasoning is not real sound, and it's like all vibes and innuendo and just like decorum politicking or something. Like,
Yeah.
you know, like the respectability of the office is about perception and belief, kind of like the cool kids in high school. Like, it has nothing to do, like, some of them are not cool at all, and they're still part of the cool kids. And then, I mean, it's just, you know, that's kind of just how small town is. Like, it's kind of like forever high school, where it's just the dynamics, and it's painful to watch. But especially when it's the state, like when I listen to the state, a lot of times that's just what I feel like I'm watching. I get very frustrated.
It's very triggering. Like, I don't actually believe, like, Courtney, after the hearings, she would, like, debrief with us and talk about, and, like, she would be describing, she's so measured. Like, she's very measured. And I mean, like, when she has to be. And sorry. She was talking about, like, yeah, so then Holman got up there and he said this and he said this and Nick said this, and I'm thinking, like, I would be, like, crawling out of my skin.
Yeah, I would be kicked out of that courtroom. I would not be able,
so fast.
Because in my mind, I'm like, okay, this is wrong. Like, if I see something that's wrong,
I'd be huffing and
I do
puffing
not
and
have
rolling
the
my eyes.
self-control. Yeah.
No. Oh my God, absolutely not. I'd be, like, rolling my eyes.
I know this about myself.
Yeah, it'd be really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I think
have to
about,
do it
like,
from the outside.
I don't know. It's just, but then I think about the fact that I'm gonna get in. I'm getting in. But I will probably also get kicked out. I feel like it would be
Oh God.
That's a great point. Somebody told me the other day, somebody told me they were like, you're like a cockroach. And I was like, that's fucking mean. And they were like, no, like, think about all the times that you've been, like, canceled and, like, warrantless pinged and all this shit. But I probably should not push my luck. But I do hate the thought of,
Well, to be fair, you're not the one
just
who should be
packing
worried
snap.
about pushing their luck.
Yeah, I know. True.
Like that, the fact that people have to, like, things are backwards, like the ballot, it's out of balance. And that is one of the things that definitely bothers me, is when, like, there's a whole lot of people, like, listening to those transcripts where that woman was like, well, he needs to prove he didn't do it. And
Oh my
I'm like, okay,
God.
but you believe in the presumption of innocence? And she's like, mm-hmm. And he's like, but you do expect the defendant to prove their innocence? She's like, well, yeah, duh. Like, she didn't see the contradiction in her two contradicting positions that she was very adamant about. And she's like, but I can be impartial.
Nick just gets up there and he literally, like, with the snowman, he just is like a pound it into you until you would just, like, submit and agree. It's like,
well, that's why they probably wanted, in the beginning, they wanted a redacted thing, keep everything sealed. They were going to go to trial in March, and they were going to get this done with that kind of jury. And they were just going to sweep this under. And then these defense attorneys come in filing motions and actually going to visit their client and asking for discovery. And then he's not cooperating, and then he's like, okay, well, now they're having to ask for a continuance on the bail hearing because they still only have a PCA that is, I don't even know if they had the unredacted one at that point, but because it's not clear from the filings, but still, like, months into it, like, the discovery was all due in December of 2022, and at the end of
Right.
December they're having to file a motion for it because they had a 4-page PCA and they were being scolded for a press release that was basically a bullet point of the professional rules. They were addressing all of the thing within the rules of professional conduct at the same, it was like a side by side of also their obligations to their clients.
Right. Yeah, I don't actually feel like, I don't know. I just can't conceptualize like a trial that is held in completely isolated from all public access. It's like, I'm like pissed at the indifference. I think that if I had to call out like the one thing that like makes me rage the most, I mean, granted, there's like a lot of things, but if I had to pick one that makes me rage the most, it would be just the level of indifference that exists in this case. But it's not just this case, like it's this case, but it's also like the county, but it's also like Indiana media. Because at the end of the day, I know people hate, like, there's love or hate the media. I mean, it's the media. It's kind of a silly thing to be like, I hate the media. But like, they're the watchers, you know? Like,
Well, the media interveners, I really like them. Where have they been?
well, yeah, and they filed that.
They sent Diener and McClellan running, kept them on their
They
toes.
filed for Bolt right before that, like in March.
Yeah.
They filed a really good motion, like in tandem with a really good brief, and they attached the emails, and they had like, I mean, and we're not just talking like the little Hoosier, like we got the Hoosier Press Associated, the Associated Press, all of the local stations, which actually fall under like ABC News. Like, these are not nothing, like they have teeth. And so they file this motion. She denies it outright without a hearing, without any consideration. And then what? They're done? I can't relate to that shit. You're going to have to put me in the ground before you tell me no, and I just accept that outright without a reason, especially if I think it's a stupid answer. You're going to have to kill me first. Like,
by that point, though, there was a protective, when they started filing all this, there wasn't the protective order or the gag order. And so they were like, okay, there's no gag order. Like, what's going on here? You need to unseal those things. And you need to also unseal the verified motion to prohibit public access. Like, he was still trying to hide that even, which there was no reason to hide the request to keep it private, but he did. Like, it is a basic form. There's nothing in there that there's nothing in there that could hurt anything. But by the time March rolls around, because, the judge had given him certain time frames to do stuff within. And then when that was getting closer, they filed their motion. But by then she had granted the protective order. And so at that point, there's not a lot they can do.
Yeah, but the most recent one was just for cameras. Just for cameras. That's it.
Oh, yeah.
They filed a motion for cameras.
And she's blaming them for it.
Which is hilarious, because the only reason that the pool feed was running was because she was fucking 45 minutes late.
Well,
that's
yeah.
it.
I mean,
like, they started on time.
Followed her decorum order, like, literally, and then she got mad at him for it. Because she's like, how could they not read my mind that I am in this hearing strong-arming these attorneys? Like, maybe she's just mad because she didn't want anybody to know that they were having that pretrial conference or something. Like, she maybe didn't intend for it to go. Maybe she thought she was going to walk in, force them out, and then they were going to go out, and it was not going to take that long. And the fact
100%.
that they filmed the whole thing, she was already mad, and it didn't go. Like, she probably practiced in her head the night before.
I think that she really wanted. So I think that much like not all doctors are psychologically well. Not all people in positions of power are psychologically well. And I think that on some level, Judge Gull enjoys humiliating and humbling those who have wronged her. It's just my perception based on emotion. I feel like Judge Gull decided that the defense attorneys were insubordinate.
Mm-hmm. She's taking things personal, as
She
if
is
this is
taking
about her.
everything personally.
She's
Well, this is
reacting that way.
personal to her. It is personal to her.
She's very retaliatory
But why?
because she's taking it personal. She
Right.
thinks that like her position means that if she, like what she says goes, even if what she says she doesn't have the authority to do. She's done a lot of stuff she doesn't have the authority to do, and when people question her about it, she acts like it is outrageous for you to acknowledge that. it's a level of self-importance that it's impressive and terrifying.
It's
But she's
pathological.
one
She
of
has a
those people who
disorder.
think because of her position, her judgment by default is correct. Whatever she thinks, because of her position and her experience, the only judgment she could ever come to is by default the correct one. Because of, you know what I mean? Like some people think that they are intertwined. Even if all of your experience is bad and biased and not sound, they think, like Holman, he thinks, I know you did something, I'm going to prove it. He thinks because of his training, that means he's by default, he's on to something because he's a cop.
Yeah.
You know, like, which is I don't expect any more from him than that. It's like he does not follow his own logic, but he also, in one breath, he is touting his FBI training. Oh yeah, I spent all these months being trained by the FBI to be an extra good investigator. And then as soon as he gets back, he starts throwing the FBI under the bus. First, it was the FBI personnel who lost the tip, and then the FBI people who lost the tape at the gas station. And then when the FBI task force people were actually doing some police work, he could not get them off that case any faster. He was like, when he got that call about the phone that these very seasoned investigators thought would be important to the investigation, he's like, oh yeah, for sure, I'll go get it. And when they followed up with that person who had the phone to make sure that somebody came and got it, she's like, no, he never came and got it. Like, he does not do actual like, he uses his position and his training to give himself unearned credibility, and then as soon as he's in trouble, he starts throwing those people under the bus. It's incredible. But their judgment, they think because of their position that they just, if they think it's true and it's sound, even if it has no legs to stand on, they don't see it. The state never sees misconduct for what it is when it's done by the state. They just don't. It's irritating.
So how do we get them to care?
Well, you can't shame people who don't have that brain feature.
Right? You can't
But,
really
like,
shame a narcissist.
I know you are of the mind where you think we got to get her off this case. And in
I don't
theory,
think they are anymore.
I agree with I understand. I would love for her to be gone because she's not calling balls and strikes. She's calling the shots. She's clearing third-party suspects in her orders. She's entering orders with falsities in there that you can go back in the motions and look up. Like, even the thing where defense attorneys should have asked for this. Well, they asked for it the earliest in June. It's in the transcript where they told her they needed at least 3 weeks. And 2 lines later, the prosecutor is even acknowledging it and agreeing. And she's, and the prosecutor and the judge are acting like the May was the first defense had ever brought it up, even though it's also in one of their October filings. Like, they had brought it up in numerous places and numerous times that they needed a certain amount of time. And because she's not reading their filings or listening when they talk, because she's already decided what she thinks, so she's not really listening to them or actually weighing anything that's coming in front of her. She's already made up her mind. But like, The only way I know, like, I think it would actually be better. We've got to find a mechanism to force them to do their job, even if there's a way to make them think it's their own idea, even though it's clearly not, because they're very resistant to that. But like, I'm at the point where we've got to find something where allows everybody to save face, or we've just got to find a mechanism to force them to, like, if there's errors, like, we got to find the error that has to be corrected. Because if you don't correct behaviors, even if it's a little thing, like, they have to experience accountability. Like, there are, like, you cannot be a judge, you cannot be a cop if you cannot even follow the rules that they are enforcing on others. So we got to, like, file whatever. I don't know if we've got to file. Well, I don't mean like letter campaign thing. Like, I think it's Osberg who says those are not effective. I agree. She doesn't give a shit what anybody thinks. She only cares about what her colleagues think. But the only way I ever know is to just keep going. Like,
Oh yeah,
even when I'm
like your
exhausted,
mama.
I still, yeah.
You and your
I
mama.
should DNA that part straight down. It actually motivates me more. But like, Gold does do that too. Like, she almost digs her heels in, and I think the defense attorneys figured that out pretty quick. Some people get frustrated with him. Why did they do this, not that? Well, because when they did that, she did this, and she did it with impunity. Like, there was no accountability for it. There were no checks or balances, and it had an adverse effect on their client. So they're always in a state of triage when they're dealing with this judge and this prosecutor. But we do have to find something where they have to, like, with the Supreme Court, that was a big learning lesson, because they dropped that other original action because she wrote an order. And if Kara hadn't come back and been like, okay, she only cured 20% of the problem here, like, we gotta find all the little things that do stack up against her, like they're trying to do, that's very effective against the defendant. So since they respond to that, like, I'm looking for the real ones, though. Like, I don't deal in innuendo. I deal in the filings and the details, and that's all I know to do. And also just to, like, even if I make it very clear every chance I get, if they close this case, it won't be because they solved it. And this defendant will have every right to not only come back and appeal it, but he will also be entitled to support across the board, just on principle. And that is their fault. Like, this judge and this prosecutor is the one who forever tied this man to these girls. And if they don't do things right, they're also tying the girls, like whether or not the families can just move on to whether or not they did their job. And so they're welcome to join that effort at any time. Nobody is stopping them except for them.
Yeah.
It's frustrating.
I think that, much like everything in this case, they kind of just like go, and they don't actually formulate a plan. They don't actually, like,
They got ahead of themselves. Holman lost control of his emotions, and then they had to, like, backtrack. That's why the PCA is basically a copy and paste of the search warrant, and there's no new information except, like, they were just elaborating on statements that he actually made on October 13th, not the 26th. Right. Like, just add, like, stuff that they didn't include in the search warrant that they already had. That was all they had to add to the PCA. It's just like, just more details that were not actually had no, like, it wouldn't, if had they not put those in there, they still would have gotten it. But, like, that was all they had because they were scrambling because Holman took him into custody.
What an idiot, dude.
He is an idiot. He does, like, he's a hothead. He's volatile.
You think the other guys on the Unified Command Task Force hate his guts?
I know that some are exhausted by him, but once the superintendent of the state police is telling journalists and family members, oh, okay, well, I'm not real caught up on that, but you go see Holman, he'll catch you right up. Like, when the superintendent is legitimizing this person, everybody has to deal with him. And if he walks in, he's like, hey, can you run this for me? That person is going to say, yep. Because if they say no, Holman, we know Fortin wanted to be a trooper. He didn't make the cut, but like he was, one of his best friends was a trooper. Most of his colleagues, like, it wasn't just military on that base. Like, there were also law enforcement officers who were assigned and stationed for all kinds of different reasons, all, like, at all times. Like, they were all integrated where he worked. And that's how Holman treated him, because he was not, you know, like, that's how he treats people who are under him. He doesn't care if what you're doing is right or wrong. He cares if, like, how the fuck did you get this? How did they get this report? That's the stuff he cares about. He doesn't care about solving the crime. He cares about how the defense attorneys got discovery. What do you mean, how did they get this? They're supposed to have it. Why is, that's the problem he had with that. Like, that's how he is. But we saw a lot with Fortson where he's telling him, Fortson asking for an attorney, and he is ignoring that request. Mr. Allen made one statement, like, to Kathy, no, I'm going to finish talking to him. I don't want an attorney because he said this will be over. Like, Mr. Allen's statement was, I'm going to talk to this guy. There's clearly a misunderstanding. Let me just go talk to him. I'll handle this. It'll be fine. And then we'll be out of here. But he didn't account for Holman being a ridiculous person. And it did not go that way. And so once Mr. Allen said, I am done, Holman continued for the next hour and a half trying to wear him out. He does not, like, to him, rules are arbitrary. And it's, I think him more than any of them get on my nerves, because he's the one getting the promotions, and he is just, he's not real smart. Whose promotion did he get? Because they seem to keep promoting their Holman problem away every time he gets.
I think that, like,
it's someone else's problem now.
When, like, evil people have no consequences or, like, get promoted into, like, positions of power, but they're, like, smart, and you're like, okay, respect. You know, I can at least respect the grift. Yeah. Holman,
he's just a bully.
He is He's brutish. He's unintelligent. And he lies. I've not seen a single redeeming.
I know. He will just, like, intimidate and threaten and pressure people to bend them to his will, whether it's a colleague or a suspect, or if he's dealing with families, he turns on that other face of his, and he's real soft-spoken and all. Like, the person we see in those TV interviews is a lot different than the person that was dealing with someone they didn't even have any evidence against. And he knew that, because a year later he was testifying to it. He knew it. And he's still treating this man. And some people are like, well, they deal with real awful people. Well, counter argument, Greg Ferenczi did not treat people that way. Even when he was arresting people, they were like, he built rapport with them, and he treated them with respect, and was still able. He actually solved some crimes, unlike Holman. We have a real solid lead in the Flora case 5 years ago. How's that lead coming, Holman? Because it's, what, 6-7 years now?
He's so pathetic.
He said they have a real strong lead. That was 5 years ago, at least. He just lies.
You know who could arrest people and they still really like him as a person and respect him? Mike Thomas. You'd be hard pressed to find somebody that will say a bad thing about Mike Thomas who's not an asshole Carroll County Sheriff Department deputy.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, they're all cops, but, like, it's kind of like an election time. Like, okay, you got to think harm reduction when it comes to this. Right. Like, okay, yeah, I don't need any of I don't expect or need any of them to be perfect men. I just need them to be accountable and normal. And, like, okay, what is it? Ethics isn't about about never making a mistake. It's about doing the right thing once you've made one.
Yes.
These fools don't work that way.
It would be even better if we could minimize the amount of mistakes that we're making. And
they just justify them. They're like, well, we didn't mean to, so it doesn't count.
Yeah, we didn't mean to, so it's not a discovery violation because it was an accident. It's not a Brady violation.
It was not an accident. That not going to get that phone was on purpose. telling the prosecutor, I think we might have identified this professor, even after the Purdue police called him and said, it's Dr. Jeffrey Turco. And then less than 3 days later, the FBI called him, was like, yep, this is the guy. And then no later than that day, he has Turco's report. And the next discovery notice that's turned over, he does not turn it over, even though there were specific requests for it. He just turns over the audio that's not labeled, like he knows defense doesn't know this man's name. He turns this audio over, and this audio file it doesn't have a narrative report attached to it, so it doesn't even, there's no indication that it's even an interview. Like, for all they know, it could have been like that video and audio that they got of that man on the bed in that discovery dump with all of Greeno's.
Oh God, they're like, we don't know who he is, but he's
Manatee
dead.
County. Yeah, like they were turning over a lot of that stuff. Luckily, defense was watching all of it and listening to all of it regardless, because they are adults and they are going above and beyond here. But that was willful. He knew what he was. If he didn't know what he was doing, why is he a lieutenant?
Right.
You don't have to be a genius. You don't need special training to understand that's not appropriate. And it's not even common sense. Like, obviously, if you know they don't have this man's name and you don't even say it's the Purdue professor, or put any kind of attachment or any indication that, hey, this file that we're sending over with thousands of other stuff, this is the one you're looking for, we put it in there. And they're like, well, it's not our job. Well, you know, like, it's not the defense's job either to prove what happened or didn't happen, but you're still asking them to do that job.
When
Double
do you
standard.
think they started filling Nick in on things? Because
I don't think he realized it. Honestly, I've thought about this a lot. I don't think he realized it until the safekeeping hearing when he got the warden on the stand. I think he had been taking the warden, because he went and met with the warden on the 6th, and he was just like, oh yeah, that warden said everything he wanted to hear. So then he went back to the office, and for the next week he was working on those filings as if all of that was just true. And then he gets to the hearing and he's arguing these things, and this warden is undermining, kind of like their. I don't think he truly realized it till then. And then at that point he was like, fuck. So now he's just all in.
I want to show you something. Actually, I'm gonna do it anyway. So I was thinking about Holman. This is the kind of reactive motherfucker I think of when I think of Holman. So Courtney made this back when all that shit was going down. And a theory that we proposed was that the leaker was in fact one Jerome Holman. And what's interesting, and last time we shared this, they sticked a Dutch Nazi on my ass for 3 months. So if anyone comes for me, you're all complicit and you have to have my back. But
send that weirdo to Texas. Creepy weirdo. God, I'll sort his shit out.
There's
too.
So many creepy weirdos here,
though. They're like, what are they doing? Why are some people like that? I don't. Of all of the different ways a person can be, why are they like that? I don't get it.
I don't know either. So here's what I think about Holman. So Courtney did like a cause and effect kind of thing, where if we assume leak 1, the Woodhouse leak obviously was not intentional, right? It was a misfired email. However, I think that even if the state is not necessarily the nucleus of the leak or the chaos, I 100% believe that they, much like they do with laws and loopholes and policies and procedures and standards, they can shape and mold and bend and loophole things to serve them.
Massage it.
Yes, they can massage things, and 100% make things, they exploit things to their benefit.
Oh, yeah.
So, cause for leak number 1. Holman is deposed on August 10th. He's made aware that the defense knows about Odinism. The FBI corroborated the professor, several alternate suspects, the epitome of reasonable doubt. He swears under oath that the Purdue professor did not find any Odinism connections. Cause and effect. Here's the effect. August 11th, MRC starts texting Woodhouse. MRC's telling people he has leaked discovery from the defense. MRC joins a bunch of Facebook groups. He's being announced like an AMA. He's indicating he has obtained discovery. August 19th, he's all over social media. Shame on the defense. MRC creates his account on Reddit. Holman requests a meeting with Todd Click on the 28th. Kyle Fortson, Robert Fortson, joins a Facebook group that MRC is posting in. Woodhouse video with the screenshots is posted on the 30th, even though it's not widely distributed yet. And then we've got, where's leak 2? Leak 2. Thumb drive map leaked by the defense. So September 4th, Holman re-interviews Brad Holder. September 4th, he meets with Todd Click, cleaning up loose ends. September 6th, McClellan emails the defense. We're probably never going to be able to find this guy. No luck yet. Oh well. Effect, September 6th, 11 p.m. MRC posts the actual images of the thumb drive map the defense accidentally sent to Woodhouse. He alludes to having all the discovery. He starts answering questions. People ask like he knows more than just what the images show. And then we've got the very last leak. The last resort, crime scene pictures. September 18th. Frank's memo drops. Lies exposed. Depositions under oath prove they have nothing on Allen. Search warrant may be ruled invalid. September 19th, Holdman finds and interviews the professor, even though on September 6th, McClellan said they'd never find him. September 27th, the defense receives discovery that includes a taped interview with the professor. October 2nd, supplemental
Holman
Frank's
contacted
notice.
Turco in August to set that up. August 14th, Nick told Holman to go meet with that professor about the report. And Holman contacted Turco that day. According to his own report, he just didn't turn over that report until 2024. By the way, I have some interesting caveats that I found this on Reddit, and I have there's some investigative things Holman was doing that, sorry, I keep reading, but I can't get over that. He contacted Turco on the 14th and then pretended like he found him magically on the 19th. He's been talking to him for weeks. Yeah.
He's
crazy.
embarrassing. He's an embarrassing liar. And so they filed a supplemental Frank's notice that makes Holman look really, really. So the Frank's notice was bad, but the supplemental Frank's notices in October were really fucking bad. I don't know if y'all remember those, but they were real. They made these guys look like
they had the audio at that point.
Mm-hmm.
They had Turco's actual words spoken.
Yep. October 3rd, additional Frank's notice filed. The professor is found and interviewed. Proof that Holman and Liggett both lied in sworn statements under oath at their deposition. And then Courtney says, this is perjury. And that's the cause. And then the effect, October 4th, day after, MRC leaks the F tree pic. October 5th, MRC emails murder sheet pics of bodies. Sometime later, Snay gets them from someone else. All of this happens. October 8th. October 10th, four-way call with McClellan, Gold, Baldy, and Rosie. Baldy informs them about Mitch and Fortson on this call. October 10th, ISB Holman tries to speak with Fortson at work. Rick writes a letter to Goal. It's like...
By the way, Mark gave us murder sheet with the caveat that you have to contact law enforcement. Of course, who are they going to contact? Holman, because he's the one that gave him their marathon story. He's the one who gave him the tip got lost in the shuffle story. Like they are in regular contact, and like he's the only other person in the filings who has made any of those statements that Murder Sheet did whole ass episodes on. But it's just real interesting that he's like, okay, we got to get Holman in on this now, like, because then he becomes in charge of the investigation all of a sudden into what did or didn't happen. And he's doing the thing he did with Todd Click, not going to get that phone. This is in the same time frame. And Click, by the way, went and met went into the police post on August 30th because that was the day Holder was brought in for a second interview that Purdy
and they
recommended they
passed.
follow up on in September, or not September, in 2017. They were like, hey, you need to re-interview this guy. And they didn't until after the deposition. And by the way, the other thing, on the day after the deposition, while Mark was doing all that stuff, Holman was contacting Patrick Westfall asking him to come back in. And he came back in on the 17th, which is the same day that he, according to his report, suddenly took possession of the Purdue report for the professor that they were telling defense they hadn't found yet.
Suddenly took possession of.
The way he worded it, it says, took possession of the report, quote, a few days later, end quote.
Like, they're so gross. Suddenly took possession of the report. Like, just say the thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I hate them.
Well, how did he take, like, I would like to know if he took possession of it or if he had it the whole time, because when I was going through those transcripts, trying to comb through them for other information, apparently Purdy saw that report in 2017 and Holman was the one he was talking to. Holman, at his deposition, said he never spoke to the professor, but he apparently had the report because he was saying that's the reason they abruptly stopped investigating that angle, was because of this report. And what's interesting about that is the first introduction. This is a good example of confirmation bias too. In the filings, the only reason we have the introduction to the Turco report is because Nick put it in his filing. And when you have confirmation bias, you might understand it the way he put it. But if you're like trying to avoid that and just trying to be objective, you can see the difference. Like the first sentence says, it is not clear or self-evident that these were a runic Germanic script. But he goes, however, and one of the next sentences in, he's like, if you're asking me based on conjecture, based on the working assumption that this was inspired by, and he kind of went on to describe what ultimately came from the BAU report, because he was sent a sketch of the sticks and other information from the feds who had started developing a profile. And they were like, is this consistent? Is this plausible? And he's like, yes, your working assumption is definitely plausible. He was not ruling it out. He was not even asked to rule it in or rule it out. He was asked to give an evaluation about their working assumption that they had before he was even consulted.
Yeah. How are they going to get around all this and a trial?
Gull is going to help them. She's going to feed the prosecutor prompts on how to make his objections. She's going to allow stuff in that helps the state, and she's going to deny stuff that lets the defendant defend himself.
I just have to hope that a jury will be grossed out by that.
Well, I hope so too, but like, I'd have no context for the people of Allen County versus the ones from that transcript the other night in Carroll County.
Me either. I don't even know what to say. And like, I almost felt like I wanted to like shout through the transcript, be like, because there were moments where the jurors that Nick is like badgering, like you could tell they were like, I don't know, that doesn't sound right. Like, but then they'd be like, well, yeah, no, you're right. I wanted to be like, you don't have to live like this. Like lean into that. You're so close. Like you don't have to live like that.
He was trying to find jurors who will go along to get along. That's, I think, the whole point of the line of questioning he was taking, was to find jurors who will just go with it. They will accept innuendo. They will not be like, well, wait a minute, prosecutor, you did not follow your own logic to the end. You're kind of bouncing around. Like I think the snowman, oh my gosh. Was it?
I'm sending a link to, what is this? Complete Jennifer Dean appellate docs and transcript. Okay. That way, if y'all want to see it, you can. Yeah, that was hard to watch. I mean, hard to read.
I mean,
and I'd read it before, but like hearing it aloud, like
I think the
Muppets?
only way we were able to get through it is because y'all made it tolerable.
Like Muppets, trains, like snowmen.
Yeah.
It was really bad, and we didn't even get to like the actual, like we didn't even get to the trial. It's really bad. It's
Yeah.
like really bad. Nick's opening statement is like, in for a penny, out for a pound. And it's like, can you cite that, Nick? Can you cite that law, that legal statute? Like, it's so bad. I don't know.
The Northeastern
And
District of First Opinions.
I try, and then I feel bad because at the end of the day, and Travis said something too, he's like, this is devastating. Like the fact that this poor woman, like regardless of her culpability, like this poor woman has no chance at a fair trial or impartial
That's
jury.
because they have this mindset where these rules and laws are something that we hold bad people to. But they do not seem to have any sort of concept of these also are supposed to guide our behavior. Like, this is not just for, it's us versus them. Like, they think they're above. Like Holman, he has no respect for policy, for rules, for statutes, or for the laws. Like, he just goes around them. If they get in his way, he just breaks them, and he thinks it's fine because kind of like the Watergate thing. Like, it's not a crime when the president does it. Like, he has that mindset. It's not wrong when he does it because he's the good guy.
Ugh, who would think?
It's
Who
like
could
the ends
possibly think
justifies the
that?
means or something. It's dumb, and it's not honorable.
It's not honorable. Thank you. It's so dishonorable.
For sure. Like,
I want to be like, aren't you embarrassed?
No, that's what I'm saying. They don't have that brain function. That's the only explanation, because someone who has that brain function would be mortified by now. They would have already turned around.
Can you imagine the positions we would hold if we didn't have shame and self-awareness and like
if I did half of the shit they did, I would not be sleeping at night, and I would be like, I wouldn't be able to stop apologizing profusely for that kind of fuck up. And they just do it without even any remorse.
No. And
then they retaliate. Like, if you criticize them or acknowledge it, the prosecutor will file motions. Like, his motions, the only way I know how to describe them are motions to cope. He just like force the defense to, like, this is my new motion to cope, and request for everybody to take the accused killer's word for everything. Like,
motion to cope, and by the way, motion to like not mention that I filed this motion, okay?
Yeah.
Like, don't tell anybody that.
And you're not allowed to talk about all of our hide the discovery games that we got caught doing.
No, I want all of my.
That would be prejudicial.
I want all of my paragraphs and all of my requests to be motion to gaslight, motion to cope is dope. I want all of my requests to be granted, and I don't want the defense to be able to even make me look bad in any way, let alone make fun of me. And also, I don't want anyone to know that I filed this motion. Don't even mention it. Don't even look at it.
Yeah.
Don't even talk about it.
The judge seems fine with that too, because she gets really mad when this defendant defends himself.
Oh, for sure.
And every time, like, she's like, you can't, because she thinks he's guilty. And she's like, you can't, like, if you think he's guilty, you're going to think the third party suspects is ridiculous and that there's no nexus and there's no evidence, because you've already decided he's guilty. So you're not going to even consider any other evidence to weigh against the state's theory. You're just going to be like, well, no, that's bullshit, which is hard, because the defendant is like, okay, if I am saying I'm innocent, obviously a third party did it. But if the judge is not letting you assert your innocence, you're fucked. And that's the situation this is. And she has to be forced to follow the law. She can't keep saying shit like the law is against the defendant. The laws exist to protect our rights and that kind of stuff.
She's like, even though the state didn't meet their burden, I was still able to decide that the state is right. And even though she literally rewrites the law as she goes. And then she gets scolded. She has what I perceive to be something similar to obstinate defiant disorder in an adult judge. Like,
But
she's
some of her orders, they remind me of like a burn book entry in Mean Girl, like
Yeah.
the movie. Like, she's like, oh, these stupid. And yeah, of course I commented on a Facebook post because it was my granddaughter. You know, like, obviously everybody understands that you were just commenting on a post about your granddaughter. They're not saying that there's anything inherently wrong with what you did. We're saying in the context of this case, there are conflicts. We're just pointing out one of them, but she took personal offense to them pointing out that, okay, well, if we're needing to bring up evidence about someone commenting on something, and at the time, obviously, they were probably talking about Walla. If she's commenting on Facebook cases and saying it's not a conflict, then she's going to, by default, say that the defense's argument is not a good argument, because she would have to condemn Walla for something that she excused herself for. Like, they're just trying to point out basic conflicts because she has done stuff that they are having to argue is a problem. And if it's something she's done, then that limits their ability to choose a strategy. Even if their strategy is the truth, they can't even pursue that, because in a different instance, she's doing other shit that she now can't rule on without contradicting her own judgment, her own behavior. Like, and she doesn't see a problem. She still is like, no, I can still preside. This is fine.
She's so embarrassing. She, like, I have to wonder, like, what is an oppositional defiant disorder, the childhood precursor? So ODD, actually, sidebar, bracket, ODD is kind of like a not super diagnosed anymore. I mean, it is sometimes, but a lot of times it's another underlying condition that is where there are like needs that are being not met because it's hard to identify them. However, in classic ODD, a lot of times as adults, yeah, it can be kind of like when you sprinkle trauma or neglect or abuse or some other kind of environmental factor onto it, it can certainly lead to something that looks like antisocial personality traits.
Victims become victimizers, but that
100%.
at the same time, like, victims don't always have to be perfect. A lot of contradictory issues that have to is a hard one.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I have to wonder, like, I think stupidity and incompetence can become so abundant that at some point the incompetence and indifference becomes criminal, much like negligent homicide, right? Like the level of incompetent, like, people assume when we talk about corruption, it's like you think about people sitting around a conference table plotting and making evil plans, and it's like, nope. Actually, that would be a lot easier, because then it would be easier to call out and spot, and
it's the whole manufactured consent theory of they already hold those same positions and sympathies and beliefs. So, like, you don't have to collude or cahoot or like game plan or plot, because those, like, they don't have to sit around a table to do that, because they just are already on the same page with the same positions. And I guess sympathies is probably the best word, but that's also, like, misconduct by the state is one of the hardest things to address and to deal with, because trying to get the proof is under their control. It's kind of like body cams. Body cam is obviously a very useful tool, but when law enforcement is controlling the body cams and whether or not it can be released or not, that is a problem.
Right. It's like a judge having to make a ruling on a motion to recuse a judge for bias. It's like, That doesn't seem sensical.
Yeah, it's not. And they're like, the thing is, a lot of pressure and stuff could be reduced with just like a check and a balance. And
Right.
like, I mean, people who've been married or parenting, co-parenting, like you don't have to look at it as like adversarial. You can be like, oh,
Right.
this person needs a break, I'm going to step in. Or, okay, that's hard for, like, with me, like, I know certain things, like, I cannot be as objective as I'd like. Like,
Yeah.
I usually like to mediate instead of like push through certain things. Like when they're little, like when the kids are little, like you want to be more understanding or whatever. And sometimes you got to push through to get to school on time though. Like there's some things my husband is better at than I am. Like you have to have checks and balances, and and it's because we all have different strengths and weaknesses. But if you have a third party who can serve that role, it alleviates pressure on other people where they are having to do things that they're not great at and is an actual struggle for them.
Mm-hmm.
And it, like, someone who's not invested in it either way can make that decision. And because it's not personal and they can just like call a ball in a strike, not, like, it's not a moral or a moral character evaluation. It's
Right.
okay, is this a conflict or not? Like, if she's ruling on this about social media, like she's commenting on it, but they need to talk about this doctor who's in all the Facebook groups. Is this judge going to be able to be impartial about ruling on that? No, she's not, because she already excused herself for commenting on stuff. And again, it wasn't about whether or not there's something wrong with that. It's just about, okay, that there are conflicts just by default of your own family is at this football field, or not football field, the softball field with the victim's name all over it, and they're taking picture. Like, there's just kind of like with the families, like they're buying food for all the law enforcement officers. Well, what is the jury supposed to think? That the families stand behind these men that are about to get on the stand? Like, I understand the families are trauma bonded with them, and so it's like just a gesture. Nobody is saying there's anything wrong with them showing their gratitude, but it is a conflict because that can prejudice a jury. And this whole trial is about the defendant, because this is a thing. It's kind of like people who are like, this is a Christian nation. Actually, it is it's not. It's secular.
Actually,
It's like you have the freedom to express and the freedom not to express. You have the freedom to practice this or to abstain. Like, it's like the people who say this case is about good versus evil. Nope, it is state versus defendant. Like, these are actual procedure. Like, if you can't look at it that way though, I think that's when all this gets kind of muddy, because then when people are like, when they're serving in that position and they're serving a higher power, they will then start rationalizing whether or not they're going to hold themselves to the same laws they're holding other people to, because they think they're doing it for a greater good.
yeah.
That's not how the law works.
Why can't the greater good be the truth? And I understand the truth
should be equal
like,
under the law. Like, Holman should be as equal under the law as the next person, but he just thinks it doesn't apply to him because he's the good guy, because he's a badge.
well, it hasn't applied to him.
I know, but like in his mind, he, like, usually when people rationalize that stuff, it's not like a conscious thing where they're like, I am gonna have this very problematic position that is not logical. They they're just not open to self-reflection.
Right.
But that's why the mechanism, the only thing I ever know to do is, you can't always change hearts and minds, but you can hold people to the law. You can continue trying to file requests and follow-up requests and make them turn stuff over. And when there are errors,
wear them down with your persistence is how I
yeah, like the same way they do in interrogations to break someone down, it is just as effective on innocent people as it is guilty people. Like, some people will break. Well, these people will eventually just turn stuff over because it's the law, and they will run out of ways to skirt the law or disregard the law. Uh-oh, got a little kitty here. Come on. Here you go.
Oh.
She's trying to let herself in or out. We call her our little squeak toy because she doesn't meow right.
She sounded like Squeak Toy.
Yeah, she is. She just
Aw.
squeaks like someone stepped on her.
She never learned. No one ever taught her how to do it right.
Yeah.
Or she learned funny.
Yeah, she did. She definitely
I
did.
love that. I love that. That's all right.
Yeah.
You know what? I just feel like of all the disappointing, who has disappointed me the most in this case? And I just keep coming back to the media, the journalists. I don't even mean I just mean like the journalists, the investigate. Like, where are you? Where are you? And I know that Indiana, like okay, New York State's a lot more like, yeah, we're a lot more like progressive and liberal, and we like to fight about injustice and social justice and blah blah. But like Indiana, there are people in Indiana who don't like injustice. I'm certain of it. I just can't figure out.
I mean, I'm Texan, and I come from megachurch territory.
Mhm.
Like there have been Trump flags since day one. Like it is very conservative, very like obnoxiously Republican almost. I have a very colorful family when it comes to like we're all over the place, but like just there are people like granted I'm few and far between in my area, but there are people, not everyone from the same area shares the same beliefs. Like there's a majority obviously, but there are other people who are reasonable and open to stuff, and like I get along just fine with my family regardless of like people learn to coexist because some people are taught how to coexist peacefully and respectfully, and all I can do is hope that there is a jury of people who can do that, because the media is not going to do that. The media in this case is
The problem.
concerned about whether or not the defendant is glaring at them, even though he's having sensory dysfunction and effects from being in solitary confinement. They're
Right. He's been
personalizing
so
his
fucking
symptoms.
sensory deprived, and who knows what medication he's been so sensory deprived. He's also probably still psychotic, and also
Well, a journalist might know that, but the people that are doing the journalism are not doing any journalism. They're just
not doing it
editorializing.
right.
It's like
They're not
nothing
doing
but
it
op-eds.
They're doing a Nazi sympathize is what they're doing. It's very weird.
They're definitely doing some whitewashing, that is for sure.
It's so weird, man.
It is.
I don't know, man. I just would hate for my legacy to be sold out Nazi sympathized.
They don't view it that way, though. They're going to explain it away to themselves, like kind of like cops. They lie for each other, they lie to each other, and they lie to themselves.
Yeah.
Access journalists do the same thing because in their minds, they're the good guy. And so if they do something, if they do something wrong, it was a mistake. They didn't intend to do that. But if the other side does it, it was obviously intentional. Like they view that it's the us versus them, otherizing people.
Yep.
And it just takes, like, for me, one of the reasons, like, I only started the channel to upload reenactments because the files were too big to email to criminality. And like I was like, the only reason I ever logged back into that account was because I'm pretty sure at the time y'all were getting dogpiled for the groundswell stuff, and I was so not plugged in. Oh my goodness, this pitiful kitty. What do you need? The door's open. It's open. Just go in there. Like I was still at that point in time. I still was like, it was a process for me to come to the position I'm in now. Like it took time for me to it just took a long time for me to even realize the thing that wasn't making sense was because they were lying.
Right.
And had I even considered that earlier, it wouldn't have taken me so long. But, like that was not my first thought because,
right. That's a crazy thing to,
like, I don't inherently trust them, but I also don't inherently assume everybody's lying. Like typically will extend a benefit of a doubt, because even shit people think they're doing stuff for the right reason,
Yeah,
in
for
their
sure.
at least in their own mind, like, because people rationalize stuff.
Yeah,
And
for sure.
but like at the time I started making the videos because I thought, if all I do is make two people feel better about shit talking the state and destigmatizing stuff, then that's what I'll do. Like, I thought, I didn't think more than 8 people would ever see any of them.
Well, now look at, I mean, your
Like, the media is
resources
not doing
depend
that.
on my. No, they're
They're
not, and they
supposed to
could,
be
and they
making-
could.
They're supposed to be holding power to account.
Yeah.
But then they always do that excuse about, well, access journalism though. Like, if we don't play ball, then we lose our access. How are we going to fill the time? You could start reporting on them instead of for them. You can fill the time
Right.
just as easily, but you can actually report on them. Like, that's actually that should be the preference. Even corporate media, like, it probably get more ratings. So, like, when they start acting like they would lose ratings or they would lose, I'm like, that's not
I bet
true.
you wouldn't. Yeah, I bet you wouldn't. I bet it would be scary, and maybe it would be like there would be a leveling out period, but I don't think that anybody. Yeah, I just think that most people probably see it. You know, they probably see it and they don't want to be the one to call it out, or they don't want to be the one to, like, nobody wants to, like, consider the reality of, after 7 years and after all of this, the worst fucking thing that could happen in this case has happened.
Yeah.
It's worse than no arrest, than an unsolved forever case, because it is unsolved still.
It is absolutely unsolved, because they are insisting that the assistant manager from CVS and Delphi solved this and explained it to them.
Yeah.
They're admitting they didn't solve it, and they never did, and never had a clue, and that this man did, actually, and that he gets to write the girl's last chapter. I don't even think so. Like, I don't know why it's hard for people to understand. Like, there's a reason we place the burden of proving what did or didn't happen on prosecutors and not criminal defendants.
Right.
And there's
And-
also a reason we have defense attorneys in the courtroom, because there are supposed to be checks and balances and counters. Like, people forget that defense attorneys are a co-equal part of the entire process. They're not there to come in and find loopholes to get guilty people off the hook. They're there to make sure we seal them all up before we put someone on the I had to listen if that was your animals or mine. Oh Lord, am I holding it down right now? Lord, y'all, I can't even join the chat. Let me see if I can follow it until she gets back. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we're still live because I think we're just venting at this point, because we're frustrated. It's just, I tried to build rapport with the fucking sheriff just because of my family history. I thought, let me try to build some rapport, because at the time I still was extending them all benefits of a doubt, and in my mind I thought there's still time for them to do the right thing. These families will justify anything they do because they already are just supporting them. So, like, now is the best time for them to just switch gears and right the ship. And the fact that they're still not doing it is because they don't want to have to do this. They'd rather close it than solve it, or do the hard work of actually, like, is doing the right thing is not always popular, is usually not easy. And they just want this to be over with because it dragged on for so long already. And they have made up their minds. Once they have tunnel vision, once they close ranks, it's kind of like the judge leaving stuff to the appellate courts. Like, okay, well, I'm going to do what I want to do now, and the defendant can take it up on appeal, because they know they're already starting off on their back foot once it gets to an appeal. And it's very frustrating. They do. They think if we can just keep bullshitting until this trial, or until we get confessions that we can emotionally manipulate people with to a point where we can push their buttons and they'll be so triggered and foaming at the mouth over this man. They won't be able to think clearly enough to think, okay, but where's the evidence to support these confessions according to the prison snitches? Let me see. Hang on. I don't know what Fiend's talking about he read today. I missed something. Oh, CBS News. Man dies after being handcuffed, pinned to floor during seizure in Indiana, family says. He wouldn't be the first and he won't be the last. When I look at some of these lawsuits that are going, a lot of times the people who are reviewing these cases, they see inmate pro se and they think it's just a jailhouse lawyer who's just trying to get out of trouble. And it is really difficult to get people to care about the actual treatment of these people. Like, we're supposed to be rehabilitating them. If you don't believe in redemption, what is the point of a justice system? But it's hard to watch some of these cases, the ones that are up for appeal, because it could turn so many tides for the better. And I understand, like, I get precedent. You can't just overturn precedent if it was set for a reason and a good sound reason, but not all precedents were. Kind of like the lazy judge rule. That is a dumb precedent that you can't win a lazy judge motion if you continue doing your job in the meantime. Like, I feel like there should have been an automatic rule written in where once you file that, the court becomes on autopilot, and they're just a placeholder until the other judge is evaluated and reviewed or a new judge comes in. But the defense team should be allowed to continue working on their client's defense strategy and keep preparing for trial in the meantime. But not according to this rule, because of precedent. Or not a rule. It's not even a rule. I think Fiend said it was not a rule. It's just a precedent, because they did that at one point and then they just keep following it. There's got to be room for common sense for that kind of stuff, and sometimes there's just not. Let's see. Like, the system has so much potential. The problem is people view it as a tool to wage against others and not something that should also guide our own behavior on how to treat people, even if they're an inmate, even if they're a prisoner, even if they're a convicted person. Like, is not balanced. Let's see. Yeah. The precedent is only about protecting the institution from any outside threat. That is very true. And that is my concern about, like, I would like a new judge, obviously, but my concern is if they have to get a third judge at this point after the shit show that's happened, they're going to be so concerned about restoring faith in this institution, in this court specifically. They're going to be concerned about restoring that after it has been lost by this judge and this prosecutor, that they're going to do it at the expense of the defendant. I'm not saying I wouldn't be happy to see a new judge, but I think I would be afraid that they would just be a more competent manager of the fix, if that makes sense. Like, they'll make the fix is in, and they're just going to make it look, they're going to do a better job at making it look legit. I don't think they'll want to protect Gull as, like, on a personal level so much as, like, professional courtesy. Like, if I don't protect her, like, what happens if I find myself in this position? Like, they protect their own, just like they're already on the same side. Yeah, justice for me and not for thee. Like, Nick wants all these, he keeps saying, like, we need a fair trial, judge. No, the state has obligations and burdens, not rights, because the state is an institution, a very powerful one. The defendant is the one that we are supposed to guarantee a fair trial to. He is supposed to be presumed innocent, and they never stop prejudicing him. It's harder to watch the longer it happens, but I feel like some people are they're not as convinced as they were. Like, the state keeps showing their ass, like, one instance after another. It's not enough to sway the people who are just like, this prosecutor has ride or die fans. But I just have to hope that people in Allen County don't give a shit about any of that dumb shit, and hopefully it won't work on them. Let's see. Is Whitaker the prosecutor or the defense attorney? I have tuned out all other cases. I'm not following anything. I don't know anything about any of the other cases at all, because I'm trying to get the folder stuff done before the trial starts, because there will be people who maybe followed this case once upon a time, but either got burnt out or tuned out, and they're going to be coming back to it. I want there to be at least one place where people, whether they were following it before or they're brand new to the case, they can have very easy access to all of the documents and all of the information on their own computer. They can get a link to a drive. They can save my whole folder to their Google Drive and just look through it on their computer. They can just go to I created a landing page on WordPress to upload all of it to, so somebody can bookmark the page, and every time there's a new filing, I add to it. Like, when the case starts back up, people will be coming back to it, and Goal's not going to be letting cameras in. They're going to be so strict about all that. So I want there to be as much information that's organized and easy to get to and easy to navigate by the time it does. Because hopefully, even though the media and the journalists who have been following this consistently have definitely abdicated some duties, hopefully there will be some new journalists coming in who are actually coming into it to do some journalism. Like, new people coming into this, new eyes, more people forming their own independent thoughts. I think that would be a good thing. Let's see. I'm trying to scroll. I cannot join the chat. Okay, before, like, does anybody know, like, right now this thing says join the chat, but if I click it, it says
I'm
sign
back.
into YouTube.
I'm so sorry.
Or it says connect to YouTube. Doesn't that create the delay? Does anybody know that? I should probably ask DB later. I was reading comments and trying to figure out if I should try to join the chat or not. But when it
You
starts
should
popping up
definitely
and
join the
saying,
chat.
but it says when I do that though, let me test it, and if it tell me if it, like, if there's that delay, I'm gonna see if it'll let me.
Okay.
I was afraid to do that earlier because I didn't want there to be, that would have been frustrating because it probably would have taken me a while to figure out that I was delayed. It's not letting me connect.
In StreamYard, you mean?
Well, when I press connect to YouTube, it says continue or cancel, and I continue, and it just doesn't do anything. I'll figure it out later. But I could probably rant for like 10 hours straight about most of this.
I know.
But yeah, I definitely
like it.
I definitely need to go. But
Me too.
I need to send you my little timeline that I was making while finding y'all's little timeline. I think I found it on Reddit the first time.
Yes, please.
And then I saw somebody else repost it on Twitter, because I only saw part of it on Reddit, and then I saw like the third part. But the stuff, when I added in the stuff about when Holman was contacting Westfall and then interviewing him and then emailing Turco, and the prosecutor was saying, go interview him. Like, when you add that into the timeline y'all made, it paints a whole different picture that's even worse. So I don't know how it could get worse than that, but it does. I need to send
definitely.
because man, what a mess.
Well, I definitely think that we have like almost the whole I feel like we're getting really close to having like most of the timeline accounted for, except there's still a chunk like early in the beginning
Yeah.
we're missing. But I do believe, at least, like at the very least, I do think that the defense likely has it filled in. You know what
I
I mean?
hope
Like,
so.
obviously, I do think so at this point, at
There's
least.
no filings or any movement in the case from the end of February until the very beginning of, like, the end of March, beginning of April. There's like 3 or 4 weeks where it's like, what was happening?
Right.
There's no mentions of footage or anything.
Yeah, I don't even want to. And then I think about, like, I don't even want to know what. I don't know. I think that a lot of that will come out, though. I do
I hope
believe.
so.
I still refuse to accept that there will not be coverage, like streaming, but I don't know. We're gonna have to like be.
I'm at the
creative
point
ways.
where, like, I'm hoping, like, I will always hope, but I will not hold my breath.
Yeah, I know.
Kind of where I'm at. Like, there is still technically time for some of these people with some badges, whether they're a press badge or police badge, to do the right thing and to get some courage and to do the right thing. And I will hope for that, but I will not hold my breath.
Well, I think we should Irish goodbye.
For sure.
Okay. Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Bye, everybody.